What's good, everybody? How we doing? How we doing? Sav, what's good, buddy? How you been, pal? How's life? How's the editing game going, bud? I hope everything's going well for you. Today, how's things been with you? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good, man. I'm pretty okay. I'm not doing too bad. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. I know I've been MIA. Hey, it happens. It happens. Sometimes you got, sometimes you got a life. Like nobody can get mad at that. Nobody can be mad at that. Nothing but respect for that. I am making my own tier list today, Money. How you doing, bro? I'm glad I got a chance to go into your stream yesterday. You're so good at the game. It's awesome. I can learn a lot from you. From you. Yeah, I'm gonna be creating my own tier list today. We're gonna be using Untapped and all that. I see you played Snap a little in the Alliance mission. Yeah, I've actually been playing Snap for the past like 2 or 3 days. It's been fun. I was thinking about streaming it a little at some point. Maybe today or tomorrow. Maybe. It depends. Today I'm doing this tier list, so this is gonna take me a while. And then I'm gonna have to play the game. Play Slay the Spire. So maybe tomorrow, maybe. Maybe. It depends. But I was playing what's that shit called? That high voltage bullshit? Overcharge shit? Pretty good. False advert. Oh, but Ritter Winter Soldier was good. Yeah, I'm kind of, the thing I'm excited about for Snap is that they're going to be giving out 3 decks at the end of the month for free, which is awesome. Like finally they're going to be giving people fucking cards. Took a break cuz I hit the wall where I feel like I'm not catching up. Me too. And I played like 2-3 months ago and I wasted all my tokens on like new cards cuz I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to get whatever. I'm not even close to having a full collection anymore, like not even remotely close. James was good. How we doing, buddy? Bring back Chavez. She's useful now. I don't think he works for them anymore. I think he got fired. I think he got fired a while ago. But yeah. So I was actually enjoying Marvel Snap. I never thought I'd see the day, but you're missing 67. But I've been loyal to the Alliance since day one, my guy. I appreciate you. Since Volpium Mitch Garver. I don't know how many cards I'm missing. I could check right now. But I'm missing a lot. I don't know if it's 67 because I had a lot of tokens that I spent them on. But now I have no tokens, so it kind of sucks that I wasted them. But again, I'm happy because they're going to be giving a bunch of they're giving 3 decks for free at the end of the month. Now, we'll have to see if that's really that good, because you never know. It could be, could be like one of those things where it's like everybody has all those cards, so completely pointless. But right now, I'm pretty excited because I would like some new cards. I gotta check the OPS.
I never came to Survivor to win $1 million. I wanted to win million hearts.
145 consecutive streams. Winter Soldier 24. Boo. I liked it better when it was 9. How do you make it so it doesn't show duplicates? Trying to see how many of these fucking cards I'm missing. I love Jorge. Yeah, Polanco is nice. Great career. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, sorry, this is only 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. This is crazy. 48. I didn't think it was this many that I was missing. Okay, I think that's it. I think I said 48, right? That's a lot. That's a lot to be missing, considering how long I played this game and how much I played it. 48 missing cards. So I'm hoping that this overdrive event gives me one. They cast their Scott Summers, so they're not using the same guys, the same people. 19 less than me. Yeah, I guess I'm a little ahead. I'm a little ahead. Just crazy. Just crazy. Who'd they cast to be Scott Summers? Oh, no. I'm not complaining that they did that. I genuinely meant that as like oh, they're recasting everybody. I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. That's true. James Martin is really old, and that shit sucked. Kick Connor? That sounds familiar. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck this is. No idea who this is. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck this is. No clue. You've only seen his work as a voice actor and a child. Yeah, I never saw Rocket Man. Surprisingly. I mean, I guess it's not that surprising, but I've never seen that. I don't know if it was good or not. There was hype behind that, right? Oh, you loved it? I feel like I would like it. I just didn't. I just happened to not see it. I'm a big Elton fan, though. I mean, how could you hate Elton John, right? It's hard to just hate his music. It's pretty harmless at worst. Ask half the green. All right. Let's do the tier list. Let's do it. I'm a little worried about it. There's a lot. There's a lot in this tier list, and then there's it's fine. Not that bad. I don't know. I don't think this would be divisive so much. Maybe it would. I'm just looking at these things and I don't even know where I want to put them. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's build a tier list. Let's build a tier list. The Dodgers Stadium concert is legendary. I definitely didn't see that. Why is the camera not right? Maybe it's fine. Let me lower the music a little. Styled like a Dodgers uniform? Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, let's jump into it. We made the ironclad list. We're gonna make the silent list now. Okay, these tier lists take a lot of time, so strap in. First card, Anticipate. A 0-cost skill card. Gain 2 dexterity this turn. If it's upgraded, gain 4 dexterity. Dexterity, an incredibly important stat. It is so powerful, so good. And yet, I find myself taking Anticipate never. Like literally never. Because it's only temporary, it's just like one of those things where I just never take it. I don't want to put it into F tier, but I think I'm going to drop it right into F tier to start us off. I'm again, like the last time, I might move things around because I am just doing this on the fly. So I might end up changing things a little bit as we go, but Anticipate right now to me feels like an F tier card. Like it does not feel like a very good card. I want to say that it should be maybe D tier, but I can't think of the scenario where I'm taking that over like a block card. You know, if I need block, I don't know. When I first started playing the game, I thought Anticipate would be really good, but I just don't find a use for it. Backflip, a 1-cost skill card, gain 5 block, draw 2 cards, and then if it's upgraded, it is gain 8 block. Backflip is really good. This is the antithesis of Anticipate. It is very good. You can add it into almost like any deck and probably find a use for it. Block is really good. Draw is great. This is very solid, but I'm not going to put it into S tier. I'm going to put it into A tier because there are a lot of really, really good silent cards. So I'm not ready to put that in S tier. Oh my God, this guy's going crazy. This guy lost his mind. He ran in and out just like that. I don't even know if you guys caught him. Blade Dance, a 1-cost skill card. Add 3 shivs into your hand exhaust. And if it's upgraded, add 4 shivs into your hand exhaust. This is solid. This is decent. It's just good, solid damage for the beginning of the game. It's bad in terms of being a shiv card, but you can get away with taking it early so that you have some sort of damage. I mean, this is, if it's upgraded, this is a solid 16 damage for 1 energy. That's really good. Even though it exhausts and you hate that, it's still solid. I think we're going to put this into C tier. I think we're going to drop it right into C tier, right? We're getting a feel for these. Maybe B tier. I'm okay with the B tier here. Where it's just very, very good in terms of damage. B tier is going to be Purple Starfish was good. Dead Possum was good. B tier is going to be more of our like sort of situational cards. The problem is the main situation for Blade Dance is you're going to be using Blade Dance more so early on. You're probably not taking a late game Blade Dance, even if you are working with shivs a lot, because there's other things that do this better. I am going to drop it in C tier. The more I think about it, I am going to drop it in C tier. We're going to keep it in C tier for now. It might bump up to B later on. I want to see how the rest of the list really pans out. But yeah, it's one of those things. Cloak and Dagger, a block card, gain 6 block, add 1 shiv into your hand. And if it's upgraded, you add 2 shivs into your hand. Cloak and Dagger is good if you need block. It's good if you... Sorry, the dog is distracting me. I was trying to pull the camera up, but I'm on the wrong view. There he goes. Cloak and Dagger is really, really solid if you really need shivs. I like this in terms of generating shivs better than Blade Dance. But it's also not a card that you're really taking very late into games. I don't think that you're taking this very often deep into a game because sorry. Let's start Cloak and Dagger over again. The dog distracted me. I got distracted. I'm sorry. Cloak and Dagger is a 1-cost skill card. Gain 6 block, add 1 shiv to your hand. And if it's upgraded, add 2 shivs into your hand. I'm struggling to get like sort of a baseline on this tier list, so just bear with me through this. Because I think Cloak and Dagger is worse than Blade Dance, but it's still more likely that you would take it in the late game. However, you probably don't want to take it in the late game either. I do think it's worse than Blade Dance, so I'm inclined to put it down in D tier, or I'm inclined to move Blade Dance up to B and put it in C. But there's so many good silent cards that I just don't think Cloak and Dagger gets above D tier. So for now, we're going to leave it there. It's not the worst card you could take. It's really not that terrible, but it is hard to take it early game. And it is hard to take it late game, so I'm more inclined to leave it in D tier. Then we got Dagger Spray, a 1-cost attack card. Deal 4 damage to all enemies twice. And then if it's upgraded, deal 6 damage to all enemies twice. I think Dagger Spray, solid B tier card. Dagger Spray is perfectly acceptable early on. It's not a card, again, it's not a card that you're really taking late game, but it is a card that you are probably inclined to take early game, and because you need AoE And this is a great way for you to gain early game common card AoE, where it will help you to just defeat the Phantasmal Gardeners basically by itself. That in and of itself makes it a very valuable card. I think that it also obviously helps with the Frog Parasite as well. Those are two of your hardest Act 1 elites in either location, either act. So I like Dagger Spray a lot for the early game. Again, you're probably not taking it late unless for some reason on silent you have a lot of strength. I'm inclined to believe that you probably won't in the late game, but either way, I think that's solid B tier card. Then we got Dagger Throw, a 1-cost attack, deal 9 damage, draw 1 card, discard 1, and if it's upgraded, it deals 12 damage. Dagger Throw might be kind of crazy, but I kind of want to put this in A tier. It's just a very good way for you to, it's a very good early game way for you to start to get your like discard engines online, because a lot of times with silent you do want to get discard going. Now it's not a card you're taking late game, but it is a great option in the early game. Like this is in the first like 3 or 4 fights, this is usually an auto pick for me in the first couple fights. I think it's hard to put it in A tier though, because again, there's so many good silent cards. So I'm gonna just take it and put it in B tier for now. I might move it up to A tier. A Dagger Throw is just really that good. That's a really nice amount of damage for the early game. And again, it allows you to draw and discard cards. And you really like draw, especially as silent, and you really like discard as silent. And Dagger Throw is a good way to do it. Like Dagger Throw is a solid way to do it early game. You're not, again, taking this like in Act 3, but you got to kind of judge the common cards based on when they're more likely to be taken. Deadly Poison, a 1-cost skill card. Apply 5 poison, and if it's upgraded, apply 7 poison. This is bad. This card is bad. I don't think it's F tier bad, because it's okay if you were desperate for early game damage. If you're in that desperate situation, it's really D tier though. Like it does not even come close to sniffing a higher tier than D tier. Maybe D tier is even overrating it. Deadly Poison is just a really bad way to apply poison, straight up. Like there's much better things, much more worthwhile things that you would rather do than use this, even amongst the commons. Defend, we're just gonna put it in F tier. The starter cards are gonna put in F tier, except for, like Defend, technically not really an F tier card, but I'm not gonna sit here and talk about Defend for a while. You know what I mean? Deflect, a 0-cost block card. It gains 4 block, and if it's upgraded, you gain 7 block. Deflect, actually awesome. Deflect is actually really awesome, specifically if you have some sort of dexterity. Dexterity suddenly makes Deflect like crazy good. I'm inclined to drop this into B tier. I'm gonna put this right into B tier. Just a very good block card that you get away with using for 0 cost, especially if you've already upgraded it. And most importantly, like if you have footwork, if you have something that's giving you dexterity, then you immediately want to click on like almost every Deflect, because that's free block that you're getting like every time on the character that loves drawing cards, and you have a ton of draw going. Dodge and roll. this one's awkward for me because dodge and roll gains 4 block, then next turn gain 4 block. That's really good for 1 energy to be able to gain 8 block. And if it's upgraded, it's gained 6 block and next turn gain 6 block. Again, phenomenal. Phenomenal. The problem is that's such a small amount for the turn that you get it on. If you have footwork, again, this is kind of the problem with ranking silent block cards, because a lot of it is like, well, if you have footwork, yeah, you should just click it. If you don't have footwork, it makes them a little harder to click, right? Deflect is still B tier. It's still solid, even if you don't have footwork, because it's a 0 cost, but it's still kind of difficult to grab because it's taking up a spot in your deck. It's not going to be great every time you draw it when you don't have dexterity. It's kind of the same with dodge and roll. This might be controversial, but I'm inclined to put dodge and roll at like the top of C tier, because I would much rather have a deflect than dodge and roll. However, if footwork is involved, dodge and roll automatically like gets bumped up to like maybe A tier. So just keep that in mind with a lot of the block cards, because we're trying to rank them based on their merit, but also like I never take a dodge and roll early, but once I have a footwork and I'm offered a dodge and roll, I'm taking it like every time. So it's kind of awkward. I'm going to put it into C tier because I think deflect is a little more valuable regardless of the situation. But again, dexterity makes dodge and roll insanely, insanely good. Flick Flack, a slide card, a 1-cost slide card, deals 7 damage to all enemies. If it's upgraded, deal 9 damage to all enemies. Very, very solid. Like, Flick Flack is just very solid. I think it's solidly a B tier card, because even if you don't have a ton of discard, this is good for the early game where you might need AoE. The same reason that Dagger Spray is in the B tier category, you need AoE in this game, very much so in Act 1. You need at least one card that's going to give you that AoE, and Flick Flack is that card. If you don't have Dagger Spray. And also Flick Flack could be useful in the late game. You're probably not picking it up in the late game, but if you picked it up in Act 1 and you've built up a bunch of different discard things, you're feeling okay about the fact that you have a Flick Flack when you're in Act 2. When you're in Act 3, rather. Flick Flack is very, very solid, and it recently got a buff. So if it was still deal 6 damage to all enemies, I don't know. I might put it in the same spot because I think it's just solid, but it definitely belongs solidly in the B tier because they bumped it back up to 7 damage. And I think that's really, really nice because there's so many discard things that you're going to be doing in silent. So I like that a lot. Leading Strike. A 1-cost attack card, deal 3 damage, add 2 shivs into your hand, and if it's upgraded, it's deal 6 damage. Leading Strike is good. It's solidly good. But it's not great. I think I would put this into C tier. This is a good early game card, very similar to Blade Dance. You're just grabbing it for very early damage. Like if you have a strike dummy, Leading Strike suddenly is like deal 6 damage, add 2 shivs to your hand. That's really nice. It's basically the upgraded version of itself. If you have a strike dummy, that's solid. If you're building up shivs, it's an okay way to get shivs. It's definitely depends on the circumstances whether or not you'd value it over Blade Dance, right? Because sometimes with Blade Dance, you want to exhaust that card. You don't mind that. And with Leading Strike, it's stuck in your deck the whole time. It deals a very small amount of damage by itself. The value in leading strike is gaining 2 shivs. But at the same time, that's also the value of it being like an early game card, because that's a lot of damage. That's 11 damage for 1 energy in the early game. So it's not a bad early game pick. It's not an exciting one, but it's not a bad one. And if you have shivs like down the line, it's fine. You know, it's not bad. Neutralize. Starting card, 0 cost attack. Deal 3 damage, apply 1 week. If it's upgraded, deal 4 damage, apply 2 week. I know we said we weren't going to talk about the starter cards, but I fucking lied. Straight up, I lied. Because Neutralize, easy A. Easy A, maybe even maybe even S tier card. Neutralize is insanely strong. Definitely, undoubtedly, in my opinion, the best starting card out of any of the characters. Like, Neutralize is insanely good. And more so, most importantly, when you're playing Silent, this is usually the very first upgrade that you want to make. Like, this is genuinely one of the first upgrades that you just like always want to hit. You might literally always upgrade Neutralize. That's how good that is. Applying 2 week for 0 cost, as well as dealing 4 damage. Nobody cares about that. But applying the 2 week when it's upgraded, insane. Like, Neutralize is so insanely good. It is absolutely awesome. Do we put it in S tier? Like, that's how strongly I feel about this. I don't know. There's some really good silent cards. I might put it in S tier. I might end up putting Neutralize in S tier on this list. That's how good it is. Piercing Whale, a 1-cost skill card. All enemies lose 6 strength this turn. Exhaust. If it's upgraded, all enemies lose 8 strength this turn. Amazing. Piercing Whale, S tier. Legit S tier card. Like, this is a card that you want to just grab like in any run. You're totally fine with grabbing at least 1 copy of this in every single run. This does so much work against the Queen and the Amalgam's like multi-attack. This does so much work against every single enemy that is doing a multi-attack. And if they don't do multi-attacks, it's still just decent block. It's essentially a 6 block card or an 8 block card. And if they're multi-striking, it is like, you know, it could be upwards of 40 damage blocked, basically. Absolutely insane. And you know, over time, as they improve the game, as they add more enemies, as they add more acts, we are also going to see Piercing Whale, like, we're also going to see more multi-strike enemies, and Piercing Whale is going to do a massive amount of work against all of them. And it doesn't just work against one opponent or one enemy or whatever. It works against all of them. It works if you're facing like 6 enemies at the same time, which there's very few situations that's happening, right? But let's say you're facing 6 enemies, you're just spreading that block against them like across the board. Absolutely awesome. Piercing Whale is wonderful. Like, absolutely incredible. It is something that any single silent deck, like every single silent deck, is okay with having at least 1 Piercing Whale. Especially, like I said, as they add more enemies and stuff, there's going to be a lot more multi-strike stuff going on. Poison Stab, a 1-cost attack card, deal 6 damage, apply 3 poison. If it's upgraded, deal 8 damage, apply 4 poison. Poison Stab, better than Deadly Poison. Better than Deadly Poison. Like, this is a solid option for the early game. It is, again, much like Deadly Poison, something that you don't want to be taking late game. This should not be your like permanent source of poison. If you're working on poison, it's not good. But an early game damage card that's also adding poison, phenomenal for that. This is really good against like Lagavulin Matriarch because for her, she has a lot of health and you need to deal a lot of damage, and you're not going to have a ton of huge damage cards, but if you slowly stab her with that poison stab, you just keep sticking her with that little poison shiv, you are going to build up that poison faster than you realize, and her HP is going to go down way faster than you might realize. Predator, a 2-cost attack card, deal 15 damage. Next turn, draw 2 cards. And then if it's upgraded, deal 20 damage. Next turn, draw 2 cards. Predator's interesting because it's okay. It used to be an uncommon, and they moved it down to a common card. And I found that as a common card, I'm still not taking it a ton. I don't think it's bad. It's really good for early game damage. It's really good for getting a chance to draw. It's nice in that sense. And I'm really struggling like where to put it. If I still would put it in C tier or if I would put it in B tier. I think it's going to end up in C tier, but it does have its really good uses. Drawing is awesome. Next turn drawing a little worse than regular draw, obviously, but still very good. And again, it's a ton of damage that is being dealt for the early game. So in that situation, it's good. The only problem is there's a lot of ways to deal early game damage for Silent. And this isn't particularly amazing in that sense. So I'm just going to drop it into C tier. It's fine. It's fine for what it is. It's like middle of the road. Like B and C tier are kind of those middle of the road situational sort of cards. That's what I would say. Prepared. 0-cost skill card. Draw 1 card. Discard 1 card. And if it's upgraded, draw 2 cards. Discard 2 cards. S tier. S tier. Prepared is so good. Prepared is so stupid good. The only thing I have to say about Prepared is if you're newer to the game, if you don't really understand what's going on in the game, Prepared is technically taking away cards from you. It says draw on it. It's really not. It'll help you cycle through the deck faster, which is great. So that's how it works in the sense of draw. However, once you draw those 2 cards, you also have to discard 2 cards. So if you have a bunch of Sly cards, insanely good. Even if you don't have a bunch of Sly cards, still really good because it's free draw. That's helping you cycle through your deck faster to get to those important cards that you need. However, in the case of you don't have any Sly cards, it's not actually like Sly is essentially letting that discard play the card for you. If you're not doing that, then what's actually really going on is that you're drawing Prepared, then you're drawing 2 cards from that and discarding 2 cards, and the Prepared becomes another card that is essentially discarded. So it is technically a loss of a slot in your hand, if that makes sense. I don't know if I explained that right, but Prepared technically not really draw. It's technically like you're losing a card because instead of having Prepared there, you could have had a different card. But Prepared is so powerful because it, like I said, it helps you cycle through the decks, but it really helps set off all those Sly cards completely for free. If you have any type of Sly situation in your deck, you want like 400 Prepareds if you can get them. It's an exaggeration, but you want all of those Prepareds going there. You want that absolutely just doing things because Prepared is just super strong in any deck, but definitely super strong in a Sly deck. Speaking of Sly cards, Ricochet, a 2-cost attack card. It is Sly, as we said. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy 4 times. And if it's upgraded, deal 3 damage to a random enemy 5 times. This is really good. This is one of my personal favorite Sly cards. I think that this could be taken in, well, certainly in any Sly deck, but I think just like in general, it can be taken most of the time. Like, even if you don't have a ton of Sly cards, I mean, even if you don't have a ton of discard cards, Ricochet is still pretty decent, because at 2 cost, it's still dealing 12 damage. That's not bad. And if it's upgraded, it's dealing 15. Like, that's really nice. But there's also a lot of different events in the game that will do things like add extra attack to the card. So say you have what's the butt plug relic from the shop called? The one that gives you momentum. If you have that, punch dagger. If you have punch dagger, you could put that on Ricochet, and all of a sudden your Ricochet gets out of control really quickly. Or you can, run into the event where you're adding an extra 2 damage to your attack card. All of a sudden, Ricochet is a 5x4 card or a 5x5 card. And if you just get a prepared, now all of a sudden you're able to play that for free, 15 to 20 damage. And if it's momentum, it just gets crazy out of control if you get cycled through the deck quickly, which is what makes prepared really good. And it's what makes Ricochet really good, is really those events and things like that. I would put Ricochet solidly in A tier, because most of the time you are working with some sort of discard in silent, and Ricochet in that situation is really, really strong. Now, it could be way, way worse, because if you get weakened, all of a sudden Ricochet is way worse. But you know how to play around those things. If you're at Ascension 10, you know how it goes. That's just a part of the game. And I think Ricochet is a super strong attack card, one of Silent's very strongest. Though I could see an argument for putting into B tier, but for now, I like it in A tier. Slice, a 0 cost common attack card, deal 6 damage, and if it's upgraded, deal 9 damage. Slice is decent. It's okay. I'd put it into C tier. It's a card you want in very specific situations, which is what our C tier is gonna be. The first situation is early game damage where you can't find any other attack cards. Like, you haven't run into them, and this is the only one that's being offered at the moment, and you really need damage. Good time to take Slice. Another really good time for Slice is if you are doing some crazy shenanigans with like Finisher. Slice can be good with Finisher because it's a 0 cost card, right? And then also other situations where Slice is okay are like, you're just playing a ton of attacks. You have After Image and you're just doing a bunch of shit. Slice is okay. Not super great for the late game. Not super great for the early game. But it is really good in the right situations. Like, it's very, very good in the right situations. Next, we get up to Snakebite, everybody's favorite silent card. The 2-cost skill card that applies 7 poison. And if it's upgraded, it applies 10 poison. But the most important part about Snakebite is that it has the word retain on it. And I saw earlier that somebody said Deadly Poison is a lot better than Snakebite, though. And let me tell you, it is not. Snakebite is way, way better than Deadly Poison because of that retain keyword. Being able to retain a card means that you never have to draw back into it again. So if this is your early game damage, because sometimes against the bosses, you actually need something that's going to deal some sort of scaling damage. Again, we'll go back to Lagavulin Matriarch. this is really good in that situation, right? Versus Lagavulin Matriarch, Snakebite actually completely carries you the entire fight. If you grab an early game Snakebite, you could beat Lagavulin Matriarch by just outlasting her. And the beautiful part about it is that if you do have it late game and it's not a part of your plans anymore, well, you draw into it once, you can just leave it there. You never have to play it again. You never have to draw back into it. You just don't play it. And it just sits there by itself silently and doesn't bother you. But more importantly, if you're retaining it, you can play it at the perfect moment. There's always going to be those times where you don't want to play Deadly Poison because it's only 7 poison and it's not really helping you. But then there's another time where instead you have Snakebite and you're holding on to that. And instead you get to play the Snakebite during a turn where the enemy is not attacking, or you already have enough block, or, you know, there's a number of different scenarios. Another good thing that Snakebite is for, another okay reason for Snakebite is if you put like Sly, if you use what's it called, Hand Trick, you put Sly on it, now all of a sudden you're able to discard it and poison enemies for free, which you could do with Deadly Poison as well. But Snakebite, you can wait for the right moment to do that because it retains. Retain is so damn powerful that Snakebite is infinitely better than Deadly Poison. Like, it's not even close. I'm telling you, they're not even close. That said, all that being said, Snakebite's still like a C tier card. It might make its way up to B tier, depending on what happens, depending on how the rest of this tier list comes out. But generally speaking, Snakebite, I don't know. Snakebite is good early game. I did kind of convince myself. Maybe I would put it up to B tier. Nah, I'll keep it at the top of C tier for now. It is something that might go into B tier by the end of this list, but generally speaking, I know Snakebite is very polarizing. People either hate it, they love it. But I'm telling you, the people that hate it they need to open their minds a little because it's not as bad as you think. Retain is just very, very powerful. Strike, F tier. That's that. Sucker Punch, deal 8 damage, apply 1 week. And if it's upgraded, deal 10 damage, apply 2 week. Sucker Punch is fine. It's fine. There's better ways to apply weak for silent. But like, if you're taking this as an early game card, it's not bad. Like, I guess I would put this in B tier. Because weak is always very good. There's nothing wrong with... Actually, weakening is nothing but good. Is nothing but good, to be honest. It doesn't apply a ton of weak, and it doesn't deal a ton of damage. So therefore, it's like kind of middle of the road. But I really have a hard time saying that it's worse than other C tier cards. You know what I mean? Like, I have a hard time saying that it's worse than the B tier cards. I think it's just like solidly kind of in the middle. Sucker Punch is not bad. It's good. Weak is good. Just remember that. Weak is good. Weak is the most powerful keyword, I think, in Slay the Spire, in my opinion. And so Sucker Punch is decent enough, if only for that. Survivor, a starter card. Gain 8 block, discard 1. And if it's upgraded, gain 11 block, discard 1. It's actually good. It's actually, again, a really good starter card. It's not as good as Neutralize, but it is solid. I would pretty much solidly put that in the C tier. maybe you could argue for D tier, but honestly, it's like your original trigger for discard stuff, and that's really good. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put Survivor in C tier. I feel pretty good about that. Untouchable, our last common card. It is a 2-cost skill. It has Sly, gain 6 block, and if it's upgraded, gain 9 block. This is perhaps the best Sly card that you can have. This is absolutely incredible. I want to put it into S tier, but I won't. I will just put it at the top of A tier. Again, might change that up, but Untouchable is very good. Actually, I just said it was the best Sly card. It's the best non-rare Sly card, because there's some rare Sly cards that I just thought of. But Untouchable is going to give you free block. Who doesn't love free block? This is like easily an A tier card. Again, you're mostly discarding with Silent. You're at least going to have some sort of discard synergies. The only reason I don't want to put it into S tier is because occasionally you do build a deck that pretty much doesn't have any Sly discard, any Sly synergies, any Sly anything. And in those situations, you definitely don't want Untouchable because it's a 2-cost card and it's only giving you 6 block. But if you have like 3 or more discard cards, you probably want an Untouchable in your deck. It's just going to be very, very good. Like it's very solid in those situations, because free block is always amazing. Always amazing. You love free block. And that's all the common cards. So now I'm going to drink some water. Yo, Steve was good. You were just watching the Clad tier list? Yo, I appreciate you, man. I have to edit that. I have to edit that video. Post it up there. But thank you for watching. And remember, I'm making this tier list on Untapped, and you will be able to plug this tier list into the Untapped overlay. So click that link and download the Untapped tracker for free. So if you like the tier list, or if you want to like remember it and you don't want to keep going back to the video a billion times, because I can understand people's thoughts on that and everything, you can instead, as an easy remembering thing, you'll have it just plugged into the overlay, and you won't even have to exit the game. You can just scroll over and you'll see what tiers it is and stuff like that. And Untap gives you a bunch of other stats and things among the community as well, like winning percentages and you know, how often people take these cards and stuff like that. So extremely helpful tool. I really love the Untapped overlay a lot. So make sure that you download it. It's free with that link. And if you're watching on YouTube, I'll have the link in the description below. Whew. So we got some tough ones coming up. There's going to be some tough cards that we're going to have to rank here. And one of those tough cards is Accelerant. Accelerant is a 1-cost power card. Poison is triggered 1 additional time. And if it's upgraded, poison is triggered 2 additional times. If you are a poison deck, this card is incredibly good. If you are building up a ton of poison. If you're not building up a ton of poison, obviously this card is completely useless. Even if you're building up only a small portion of poison, this card is pretty useless. So you have to have something that's doing well. I do think it's better now that it's not a rare. I will say that. But I think this is going to be solidly in the C tier, because basically C tier is like just it's your situational cards that are very niche. And I think I feel good about Accelerant being there, because what happens is with Accelerant, if you don't know, it says trigger 1 additional time. So it takes your whole poison stack and essentially doubles it, because it triggers twice. And that sounds amazing. However, if you only have like a Noxious Fumes is applying 2 poison. So what happens is it triggers it once and deals 2 damage, then minuses 1 poison like normal, and then it triggers once and then brings it down to 0 poison. So you're not building up this huge poison stack over time with Accelerant, because it's just quickly pushing the poison out. So you end up not being able to deal as much damage, as opposed to like if instead of doing that, on that first turn it would deal 2 damage, then on the next turn after you put after Noxious Fumes applied 2 more poison, it would deal 4 damage. Then Noxious Fumes applies 2 more, it would deal 6. So by like 3 turns in, you're dealing 12 damage with that 1 Noxious Fumes, whereas with Accelerant it's dealing only 9, because it's doing 2 1 2 1 2 1. So it's doing 3 times 3. So that's the problem with Accelerant. It's actually hurting your poison unless you can put like a huge stack on the enemy in like a short period of time. Then it's pumping it down really quickly. So just be aware of that when you're talking about Accelerant. Then we've got Accuracy. Accuracy, shivs deal 4 additional damage. And if it's upgraded, shivs deal 6 additional damage. Accuracy, also niche. However, in this niche, accuracy is very good. Like, accuracy is situational, but it's better than Accelerant in the situation of having shivs, right? So we're going to put this in B tier. I could hear an argument for this actually going down to C tier. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree with that, but I think that's very possible. Like, accuracy is a great card in the right situations. When you have a good amount of shivs, but not an overabundance of shivs, because then you're trying to dig for that accuracy and you're relying a lot on shivs. And then if the accuracy is at the bottom of your deck, then those shivs are only dealing 4 damage each, and it's not helping out a ton. Damn. Am I convincing myself that accuracy should be in C tier? Nah, we'll keep it in B tier. We'll keep it in B tier for now. There's a chance it gets dropped down to C tier though, because there's better ways of making your shivs stronger. There are better, more accurate ways of making your shivs stronger. For example, having like relics that give you strength. Your shivs are way better in that case. And you don't have to go and draw into a card that you have to play. And again, it won't be at the bottom of your deck. It just automatically does that. Another thing is, there's other cards that we're going to talk about. So accuracy, I wouldn't be too surprised if it moves down to C, depending on where the other shiv cards end up in that situation. Acrobatics. Draw 3 cards, discard 1. And if it's upgraded, draw 4 cards, discard 1. Immediate S tier. This maybe just top of S tier. Like, acrobatics, awesome. Immediate discard synergies with everything. Just immediately getting you 3 cards, so you get to play the best cards that you possibly want. You get to draw through your deck, cycle through the deck quicker. Acrobatics, absolutely incredible. There is a reason why they had to take acrobatics from a common card and bump it up to uncommon, because it was just too powerful, especially again with all the sly synergies for the silent. Acrobatics becomes the major, I guess, like, what's the right word? I don't know. The major, like, trigger for setting off all those sly cards. You want acrobatics in any single silent deck. As a matter of fact, you want acrobatics in any single deck, period. You could use it in any single deck on any character. If you happen to run into it and you have a choice to grab like another character's cards or whatever, and acrobatics is available, you're down with taking that. Now, you don't necessarily want to take acrobatics too early on in the game, because if you do that, you're missing out on taking like a damage card and things like that. But like once you get to like the second half of Act 1 and beyond, you could take every acrobatics you run into just about, especially if you start to have more energy and things like that. Acrobatics is just insanely good. You want to draw a lot in this game, and acrobatics is like the best way to do that. Backstab, a 0-cost attack card, innate, deal 11 damage, exhaust, and if it's upgraded, deal 15. I think this is a solid B tier card. This is great damage. Backstab is phenomenal damage. There's one issue with it. It is innate. So therefore, you are missing out on something that you're going to draw at the beginning of every single game. At the beginning of every single combat. You don't mind this in the early game because you love it in the early game, actually, because it deals a lot of damage and helps you get through Act 1 really quickly. But once you get to Act 3, that might be a slot taken up in your starting hand, in your opening hand, that you would prefer to be taken up by anything else. That's kind of the problem with Backstab. It falls off in the late game. It's still not terrible because it's still 11 damage in you know, that you're going to deal in the first combat, no matter what. Yo, Jack was good. However, it's something that you're not happy about drawing into every first combat by the late game. Your first turn in any fight is your most important turn. And that's what makes Silence so powerful, is her starting relic that allows you to draw 2 extra cards in the beginning. So now you're taking away one of the 2 extra cards with the Backstab. That's kind of a problem. But outside of that downside, Backstab is really solid. Really solid. I'm not going to talk about any of the co-op cards. I did on my colorless card list, but I just don't, I'm not like feeling super confident in my co-op rankings because I don't have a ton of experience playing co-op. I don't play co-op that often. So I just feel better about not listing them. So just a forewarning. Now that we ran into our first co-op card, I don't want to talk about it. Blur, gain 5 block. Block is not removed at the start of your next turn. And if it's upgraded, gain 8 block. Blur is very good. It's great even as silent. And we go back to what we were talking about in terms of block cards earlier. If you have footwork, it's almost like take every block card, but Blur becomes way better with footwork. Blur is, I think it's just solid B tier card. It's not incredible all the time. It's not something that you do early on. It's not something you take early on, because if you take it early on and you know you don't have enough block in the deck, you don't have a ton, it's not doing much. But if you do have a ton of block and you have a lot of ways to gain more and more block every turn, all of a sudden Blur becomes really strong because it's carrying over a lot of block over to the next turn. So Blur is not a great early game card because you don't have those engines going. But once you do have all that stuff going, Blur is phenomenal to grab and carry over. But again, if you don't have those things going on, then it's really not that great. And that's kind of the little bit of issue with Blur. But if you keep that in mind and you take it like mid to late game and you're kind of already set on block, and this is going to help you carry things over. You're seeing the issue of Fight Me when their damage is like 5x3. It sucks real fast. Yeah. That's the problem with Fight Me. That's why I don't really like it. Bouncing Flask. Apply 3 poison to a random enemy 3 times, and if it's upgraded, apply 3 poison to a random enemy 4 times. Bouncing Flask, kind of weird. It's not technically too bad. Like if it's a single target fight, it's okay. You know, you're adding 12 poison to an enemy if it's upgraded, or 9 to an enemy for 2 costs. It's fine. It's fine. But the problem is, a lot of times with Bouncing Flask, you're going to run into it and you're not going to be able to play it because you're going to have to block or do something else instead in the early game because you don't have a ton of energy. And it doesn't deal a lot of poison damage, you know? It doesn't. So I'm going to have to actually just like put this in D tier. Unfortunately, Bouncing Flask in the right situation is really, really fun and could be really, really good. But if you don't have that right situation, most of the time Bouncing Flask is just not it. Like you'd rather have a snake bite which you could play. You could actually target the right enemy and you could play it whenever you want. Bubble. If the enemy has poison, apply 9 poison. If the enemy has poison, apply 12 on the upgrade. Bubble is actually great. Bubble is actually really, really good. The problem is you need poison. If you don't have poison, it's bad. If you draw into it before you've poisoned the enemy, it's bad. So actually, in that case, maybe I do. I don't know. It's so strong. That's so much poison. That's a super huge amount of poison if you actually are able to play it in a timely manner. 9 poison for 1 energy is great. That's what Bouncing Flask is for 2 energy, and you can't even target Bouncing Flask. So it's kind of an interesting spot. B tier is our like situational deck dependent sort of tier. So I do think that it is highly dependent, obviously, on having poison, but more importantly is the draw order with it, which is why I'm kind of feeling like I should knock it down a peg. Maybe I do just drop it down to C. All the poison stuff is in C tier right now. It's actually kind of sad. It's actually extremely sad. But I would put Bubble at the top of like C tier because it is more situational than the other poison cards. But none of our poison cards are above C tier right now. Very, very sad. Very sad. Hopefully that changes. Calculated Gamble. How applicable is this to STS1? I would say there's going to be similar rankings to like the top cards. Like right now in STS1, Acrobatics, Piercing Well, Prepared, all S tier cards in that game too. Is this the problem? If you're only focused on poison, then yes. If that's the only way that you play silent, then yes. That is definitely a problem. Because there's a lot of ways to play silent in STS1. Because there's shivs are still good in that. Shivs are good in that game, and of course discard. I love shiv builds too. Fair. But discard is super strong in STS1, Jack. Trying to get better about discard decks. I'm not good at it. I think honestly, buy STS2, please. Please. I think you would love this game. I think you would play really well at it. Even if you think you have limited knowledge in the first game, I'm telling you, the first game is way harder. Now, it'll only get harder though, the game, as things come out. So I feel like you'd be better off learning the game on STS2. Drink some water before we continue. That's an interesting proposition. I think honestly you're ready. The first game is way harder. This game will get way harder, but as of right now, this game is easier than the first one. Calculated gamble. This is phenomenal. Discard your hand, then draw that many cards, exhaust. And if it's upgraded, it's retain. S tier. Calculated gamble is S tier, even though it exhausts. In the first game it was S tier, and in this game it is S tier. Actually, let's make it A tier. Let's make it top of A tier. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. If it's upgraded, it's easy S tier. If it has retain on it, easy S tier. If it's not, then we'll say it's A tier, because you don't necessarily want to put it into every single silent deck if you have no discard cards, if you have no sly cards. But honestly, if you just look at Calculated Gamble as an S tier card, I'm totally down. I'm totally fine with that. I think it borders very heavily on S and A tier. We'll see how the tier list pans out if I want to move things around a little bit. But Calculated Gamble is unbelievable. To be able to discard your entire hand and then draw back the cards so that you don't have to worry about it. Yo, Mac was good. So that you can draw right back into as many cards as you had. Phenomenal. Especially if you've got a ton of sly stuff going on. Calculated Gamble is unbelievable. Unbelievable. It can honestly be, you can honestly fit this into like every single deck. So I don't know. It's damn close to S tier if it's not S tier. Dash, gain 10 block, deal 10 damage. And if it's upgraded, gain 13 block, deal 13 damage. This is solid. Dash is solid. Solidly B tier card. This is something you like in the early game. Why not S, you think? Honestly, I'm putting it in S. I can't not put it in S. We're just putting Calculated Gamble in S. Dash will go in B tier though. Definitely not an S tier card. Dash is great in the early game. It's not amazing later on. It's not something you really want later on. It's something that you probably don't really play from like the back half of Act 2 onwards. You probably draw into it and just like don't really play it too often. But it is great for carrying you in the early game. It is great for helping you live. And it is going to be a reason that you are able to get through things and get through the entirety of Act 1. So taking a very early game dash, really, really good. Really, really solid. But it's kind of a plain Jane card, to be honest. Echoing Slash. Deal 10 damage to all enemies. Repeat this effect for each enemy killed. And if it's upgraded, deal 13 damage to all enemies. Echoing Slash kind of sucks. It's not bad. You need AoE. It was horrible when it was a rare card, but as an uncommon, it's fine. It's good for AoE. I would say it's in C tier. I don't know. It doesn't really hurt you to grab one in the early game. Do I really want to put it in B tier? I don't know. It doesn't hurt for you to grab it in the early game. Like, if anything, it's really good for you to grab in the early game. Even if you never are able to get it to repeat this effect for each enemy killed, even if you can never get that to trigger, it's still just very good to have 10 damage that you deal across the board to all enemies for 1 energy. It's why Dagger Spray is up there. If it was a rare, I would definitely put it in like D tier. But because it is an uncommon now, I think I feel okay with it being in B tier. It's something that you pick up in the early game. You probably don't pick up in the late game. Much like a lot of the cards that we've talked about so far with the commons and uncommons. Echoing Slash is just like... Much like Dash, it's just kind of boring. Like, it's just kind of a boring, plain Jane sort of card. Escape Plan, 0 cost, draw 1 card. If you draw a skill, gain 5 block. S tier. Easy S tier card. This card, it never hurts you. It can be put into any single deck. And before I hear it in the comment section or from whoever, I get it. I get it. Eon Glass exists. It adds another trigger to Eon Glass's withers. I get it. Okay. That's the only fight that this is a negative in. And I guess it's also a negative in the Prism fight once he gets past 3 thorns. But honestly, Escape Plan is great in every other deck. Draw 1 card. If you draw a skill, gain 3 block. This does not take up any space in your deck. It doesn't do anything bad. It does not hurt you at all. Except, again, in Eon Glass fights and Infested Prism. But here's the thing. Every single card is going to hurt you in a specific fight. That's the beauty of Slay the Spire. There's always going to be enemies that counter whatever card you have. That's why you need to find more than one way to win when you build a deck, right? So you can always make the excuse that this card is bad against this enemy. So keep that in mind when you're like arguing against something, because I'm telling you right now, Escape Plan is basically like you're not wasting a slot in your deck and you're just probably you're likely to just gain block randomly for 0 cost. Like, that's awesome. Escape Plan is just like, honestly, just a genuinely awesome card. If you want to put it in A tier instead of S tier, I can hear an argument around that, and I would consider that by the end of the list. This is the new expertise. A 1 cost skill, draw 2 cards, they gain retain this turn. And if it's upgraded, draw 3 cards. Expertise, kind of awesome. Like, it's kind of solid. Like, this is, I've been using it a few times, and I think it's solid, like, little A tier card. I think when it was its old form, which was draw until you have 7 cards in hand, I think, or 6 cards in hand, it was good, but it wasn't great. When it comes to the new expertise, it's just drawing you a couple cards and they're able to have retain on them. So if you play this even as your last card in a round, it doesn't hurt you, you know? It's just, you're going to be able to hold on to those cards that you drew. So I like expertise a lot. As you know, I love card draw. I think card draw is the best and most important thing that you can have for pretty much any character, especially the silent. And in that case, it's just really, really good. Expose, remove all artifact and block from the enemy. Apply 2 vulnerable, exhaust. A tier, like maybe even S tier. Like it's up there amongst the A tier cards. Expose is just good. You know, it again, it doesn't really hurt you. It's going to allow you to break the block of enemies that you really need to break the block of. It's going to get rid of artifacts from enemies that you really want artifacts gone from, like Eon Glass, like what the hell is it called? The little gremlin guy in the robot costume, in the robot armor that gives you burns. What the fuck is he called? Why do I always forget what that dude's called? Anyway, the expose is going to be insane in those situations. Yes, Mechanite. Thank you. Expose is insane in those situations. You know, getting rid of artifacts, very, very valuable tool. I think there's a lot of people that would put it in S tier, and I guess that's fine. I think it's a little overrated in that sense, but with all the new enemies like Eon Glass that have like a lot of artifacts and stuff like that, it's really good. It's really good. It doesn't really hurt you to add at least one of these into almost every silent deck. Finisher, deal 6 damage for each attack already played this turn. And if it's upgraded, deal 8 damage for each attack already played this turn. I know a lot of people hate Finisher, and I think that's valid. I do think it gets hated on a little too much. I think that it's a little rough in this game because there's less opportunities for you to play like a lot of shivs and stuff like that because of the way that like Blade Dance works with exhausts and everything. But I do think Finisher like has its good times, but I will put it into D tier. It's kind of like Bouncing Flask. It has its uses in very specific situations, but most of the time you're not playing around with Finisher too much. There's kind of better Shiv payoffs in that situation, but I do think it gets a little slept on because I think most people would put it into F tier and like never take it. Flechettes, deal 5 damage for each skill in your hand, deal 7 damage if it's upgraded. Flechettes is actually pretty amazing. Especially for early game. I would put it into C tier, I think. Yeah, I think I'm comfortable putting it into C tier. Probably the top of C tier. But it is very good as a C tier card. If you need damage, if you need some sort of damage fix in the early game, this is good if you've already taken a couple skills, or even if you haven't, you're probably going to end up with a bunch of skills. So Flechettes isn't bad in that situation. It is kind of random because you got to get the right draw order. So that's like a little bit of a tough spot for it. However, even if you have like 2 skills in hand, it's still 10 damage for 1 energy. Actually, or think about it, maybe B tier is just good for Flechettes. I think it's a lot stronger in this game than it was in the first game. I do think that it's usually not something you're taking late game, but maybe if like you literally only have skills that you're going to draw into, like it's not bad for dealing a decent amount of damage. So I don't really blame you for taking it late game, but it's more of like an early game card that you're going to try and sort of form your deck around for the early game before you find your real win condition. Footwork, we talked about it a lot in this video already. It is a 1 cost power, gain 2 dexterity. If it's upgraded, you gain 3 dexterity. Footwork, easy S tier. This is one of the best cards in the game. One of the best cards in the game. Easily up here at the top of S tier. Footwork, amazing. Makes all your block cards phenomenal. It's way better than it was in the first game as well. Way more useful. And it makes silence block cards insanely strong, and makes pretty much every block card pickable once you have a footwork in your deck. You're not ever upset if you have like 3 or 4 footworks in your deck. You're actually like pretty excited if you have that situation. I don't think that you I don't think you will really want to have like 4 or 5 in your deck. You probably don't ever need to, but you could, and that isn't too terrible. Hand trick. Gain 7 block, add slide to a skill in your hand this turn. And if it's upgraded, it's gain 10 block. Hand trick is cool, but I'm going to put it into D tier. Probably at the top of D tier. My biggest problem with hand trick is that it only works for this turn. If it could add Sly to a card and make that permanent for the rest of combat, hand trick would be way higher on my list. But because it only works for that turn, you got to play it, put Sly on a card, and then play another card to discard it. It gets awkward fast. And it only works on skills, and it only works if you have that situation. So hand trick is like way too specialized for me to feel like super good about it. It's really only great if you definitely have a ton of discard stuff and you don't have a ton of slide cards and you need a way to make something a slide card faster, I guess. In which case, it's good then. Haze was recently changed on the last patch. It is a 2-cost card. It applies 4 poison and 1 weak to all enemies. And if it's upgraded, it applies 6 poison and 2 weak to all enemies. I'm going to tell you this. I loved Haze. Like, I thought this was a very, very good card. The weakening keyword is just so good. I think I'd put it kind of at the top of B tier. I had a couple runs, quite a few runs in the past like week where Haze was just carrying. It's AoE. It's AoE damage and AoE damage mitigation. It is basically a defensive damage card. The problem is that it's a 2-cost card. So I would have to, if it was a 1-cost card, I think this would be an S tier card. But they're not going to do that. Obviously it's a 2-cost, so it makes the most sense to keep it there. But very, very good. Haze is honestly just like really, really, really solid. And I like it a ton. It sucks that it doesn't have Sly on it, but them taking away Sly and adding weak made this like a very strong card, because before that it was like a D tier card. When you click it, it reverse the old, yeah, it has like the old picture. Yeah, if you see the old picture right there. Demon Ice was good, buddy. Hidden Daggers. Discard 2 cards, add 2 shivs into your hand. And if it's upgraded, discard 2 cards and add 2 shiv pluses into your hand. This is a 0-cost card. I actually love Hidden Daggers. I actually genuinely love this card. I think it's super, super strong. I think I kind of want to put it into A tier. Am I crazy? I think I'm going to put it into A tier because it triggers your discard stuff and allows you to get damage as a result of that. I'm going to put it in B tier. I'm going to put it in the top of B tier. Let's be real. Let's put it in the top of B tier. But it is one of those discard engines, and it is a shiv engine as well. And it allows you to combine both of them so that you can deal damage as well as trigger all your Sly stuff. Hidden Daggers, I don't want to say it's slept on. I just think that it's absolutely incredible. And yeah, I don't know. I think this is a really good card. I think people know a lot about it. You know what? I'm gonna put it in A tier. I'm putting it in A tier. I don't care. I'm putting it in A tier. That's what I wanted. I'm gonna put it there. I really love Hidden Daggers. It is something that you take early and pushes you in a general direction. It pushes you in a general direction. You could build your entire deck around it. Yo, it's essential. It's good. I am watching the new challenge. Did you watch it? It's A tier in your opinion? No spoilers? Oh, you didn't watch it? Halfway through the first episode? I generally like the cast. I think it's a good cast. I will be watching this season finally. Yeah. I generally like this cast. Are you watching it with your wife? There's one person that I really hate on the cast, but whatever. Just you? Who do you hate? I hate Will. Will is such a fucking asshole. That guy is genuinely such a dickhead dog shit person. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, you didn't watch last season. He was such a fucking dick on the last season, dude. He seems like such a bad person. Respectfully. I know it's like edited and I shouldn't like judge a person based on that, but he comes off as such a he comes off as a sexist, misogynistic fucking pig of a human being. And he adds nothing to the show. Like he's not interesting at all. He's a fucking weirdo like stalker. Good thing he's on TV. Yeah, good thing. He was obsessed with D last season. He's creep. He's a creep. Like you could tell he's a fucking creep, bro. There's very few people I feel like that about on these shows because I know how like edited they are and whatever, but he comes off as like slimy human being. Okay. I'm going to continue the list, but I got to take a break. I got to go pee. So let me go pee. And then when I come back, we'll finish this. They can only edit so much. You give them what you give them. Exactly. Exactly. And good night. Yo, Winter Central, you have a good night. Thanks for coming in. I can't wait. I'm going to come hang out with you soon, buddy. We're going to be chilling in your neck of the woods. Just a couple months. Okay, let me go pee and then I will continue the list. Okay. Sorry. I had to pee. Yo, Winter Soldier, did you... News just dropped just now about your boy Kawhi. There was another sponsorship that he took under the table from Ballmer's company that... You just ordered some 11 p.m. Taco Bell? W. 70 women. All right, let me clean my glasses before we continue this. Papa Silver will sweep this under the rug, yeah. Unfortunately. Pablo Torre just continues going crazy. And unveiling revealing everything rather. And the NBA continues to do nothing about it. He is the farmer from American Gothic. That is true. You ever see the alien version? That might also be him. Would have gone after I guess that's true. All right. We're back. We're back. Let's get back to this. Still plenty of cards to get through. Infinite Blades, a 1-cost power at the start of your turn. Add 1 Shiv into your hand. If it's upgraded, it is innate. Infinite Blades is pretty much your best Shiv engine, I think, in the game. I'm actually inclined to, I'm shocked to do this, but I'm going to put it in A tier. It's really, really good. And it's just solid, gives you free damage every single turn, especially if you have something like accuracy. If you have something like Phantom Blades, which we haven't talked about yet, it's very, very solid. And I think it just easily goes into A tier. And it's just a nice way for you to do Shiv things and only pay 1 energy and just basically have Shivs every single turn. And so if you have accuracy, it is just going to give you 10 damage every single turn for free. So I do think that Infinite Blades is extremely, extremely strong in this particular game. It wasn't as strong in the first one, but we're not talking about the first one. Then we got Leg Sweep, 2-cost skill card. Apply 2 week, gain 11 block, and if it's upgraded, apply 3 week, gain 14 block. S tier. S tier. We've talked about it a lot. Weak is your most important keyword, and this is an insanely good way to get it. If I'm offered a Leg Sweep, I basically click it every single time. Like there are very, very, very few times that I'm not taking a Leg Sweep. Maybe there's never a time I'm not taking Leg Sweep. You know what I mean? Like it has to be a very specific situation where I'm not taking Leg Sweep. Leg Sweep might be the best block card for Silent, which is a really strong statement. because Silent has a lot of incredible block cards. So leg sweep, take it every time. You won't regret it. Memento Mori, deal 9 damage, deals 4 additional damage for each card discarded this turn. And if it's upgraded, deal 11 damage, deals 5 additional damage. This is fine. This card is fine. It's not particularly great. It's not even, it sounds better than it is. It sounds better than it actually is, because when you're discarding that many cards, you have other ways of dealing damage and you have other ways of actually winning the game. And I think that's the problem. Have they patched this one recently? Yes. They made it a little better, I think like 2 patches ago. It's not awful, but it's also not super useful. Because like I said, when you're discarding, there's a lot of different ways for you to deal damage and to do things. And a lot of that is through slide cards. And you would rather be dealing damage through slide cards than using Memento Mori. It's fine for what it is, but I'd honestly just drop it into like C tier somewhere. It's very, very niche situations where you have a lot of discard, but for some reason you're not dealing a lot of damage, I guess. But it's just not, it's not particularly great. The only reason I put it in C tier is because they recently buffed it. If they didn't buff it, it probably goes into D tier, but it is a little better now. So I guess it goes in D tier. I don't know. That might, I mean, it goes in C tier, but that might drop down to D tier, to be honest. Actually, fuck it. Let's drop it into D tier for now, because I just like rarely ever take it. There's really rarely ever a good reason to take it. Mirage, a skill card, gain block equal to poison on all enemies, and if it's upgraded, it's a 0-cost card. It used to exhaust. Now it doesn't. It used to also be something different on the last patch, but it reverted back to its old thing. Mirage, really, really good if you're doing poison, and they are really pushing to improve poison. So I have to imagine that it's going to be something that gets pushed a lot. Now, my problem is most of my poison stuff is already in C tier. I'm going to put it into C tier. It's more likely towards the top of C tier because it is really good if you have a lot of poison stuff. But if you don't, it's just like, it's very situational. And it's a very niche situation. Like you really have to have a decent amount of poison that's going crazy. And if so, Mirage is insanely strong. But if you don't, obviously it's untakeable. Noxious Fumes. At the start of your turn, apply 2 poison to all enemies. And if it's upgraded, apply 3 poison to all enemies. S tier. This is just great scaling. This is a card that you can literally grab in Act 1. You take it and it solves your damage issues for at least the entirety of like Act 1 and Act 2. And it does help a ton in Act 3. Noxious Fumes is crazy good. This is just something that you're just using, and you can block through all the rest of the pain and just let Noxious Fumes slowly diminish the enemies over time. I've had runs where I did that, and that's just sort of the start, the beginning and the end of that one. Like Noxious Fumes is your damage dealing, scaling damage dealing like mechanism in a lot of Silent runs. Like, it's insanely good. Phantom Blades. Shivs gain retain. The first Shiv you play each turn deals 9 additional damage. And if it's upgraded, it deals 12 additional damage. Amazing. This is better, way better than accuracy. Way better than accuracy. We're putting it in the top of B tier. That's why I kind of almost want to drop accuracy to C tier. I would much rather have Phantom Blades. This is giving you 9 additional damage. It's giving your shivs retain. We talked about how important retain is. We talked about how important it is for, you know, a shiv to deal additional damage. Phantom Blades, if you just have Infinite Blades and Phantom Blades, just those 2 cards, for almost the entirety of your silent run, damage is solved. Just those 2 cards. Because you're playing Infinite Blades and it's giving you a single shiv every single turn. A single shiv that deals 16 damage if Phantom Blades is upgraded. Insane. That's insane. For 0 cost. Phantom Blades, amazing. Amazing. I think it's way better than accuracy at this point. Pinpoint. 3 cost card, deal 15 damage, cost 1 less energy for each skill played this turn. And if it's upgraded, it deals 19 damage. Pinpoint's fine. It's fine. I would say it's a C tier. It's not amazing. It's definitely not something you're taking in the late game. I think it's something solid that you could take early game and have some skill cards that you're going to be playing. It's really not that much damage, but it does help you get through Act 1. But you don't really want to be taking this late game, even if you are playing a ton of skills. There's no real reason to. I'm actually leaning towards dropping it into D tier now that I'm talking about it. Top of D tier, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Because the more I think about it, like if you have it early, you have to play 3 skills in order to make it free. You definitely want it to be at least only 1 cost. Like you want it, yeah. And it's hard to get things going with Pinpoint. It's fine if you take it really early game, but it falls off very quickly. And otherwise, it's, you know. Pounce. 2 cost attack card. Deal 14 damage. The next skill you play costs 0. And if it's upgraded, it deals 20 damage. Pounce is interesting. Pounce is really interesting. I think we're going to put it into C tier. It's good. It's really good. Especially if you have really expensive skills that you want to get off and you hate working around something like Snakebite. Snakebite's a 2 cost card. You hate playing it for 2 cost, but playing it for free along with an additional 20 damage is really good. You know, do I put it in B tier? They recently upped these. No, I think they recently upped all your next skill, your next attack, your next power cost 0. I think I'm comfortable with it in C tier. It's not a bad pick. But it's sort of a niche pick, you know. It's sort of one of those things where you just want to like make sure that you're picking it in the right spot, you know. Precise Cut, a 0 cost attack card, deal 13 damage, deals 2 less damage for each other card in your hand, and if it's upgraded, it starts by dealing 16 damage. Precise Cut is fine. That's going into C tier. You're not super excited about it. If you got a discard deck that you know that you're going to end up with just about no cards in hand, it's pretty good. It's not a bad card to grab early speculatively either. It's decent damage as long as you can play other cards in your hand. Like if you get down to 1-2 cards every single turn, if you get down to 0 cards, it's good. If you can't do that, it's great if you could do those things. If you can't, it's not that good. So I would put this like a little higher up in C tier, somewhere in the middle. Reflex, a 3 cost skill card that is Sly, draw 2 cards, and if it's upgraded, it's draw 3 cards. Reflex, honestly awesome. Honestly, really awesome. The only thing is you really need discard. You need discard to get it going. Like I said, a lot of the times you're going to have discard. I'm going to put it into A tier because, again, draw is amazing. And discarding reflex is going to give you more draw cards. So that's awesome. But it does take actual discard engines. Again, you're going to want to have some discard in your silent decks no matter what. And it's going to be useful. The way I've made these rules, do I just put it in B tier? Do I put it in B tier because it's very specific, right? Even though I do think it's great. But is Ricochet really better than Reflex? No. Okay, so A tier. A tier is fine for this. I'm happy with that. Draw is king. Discard is king in silent. And you want to get rid of that and discard that right away. Skewer! F tier. Bye. It's an X card. It's an X cost card. Deal damage X times. Deal 8 damage X times. Even if I have Chemical X for some fucking reason, which I don't know why I would have it, but even if I had Chemical X, Skewer is just not good. It's just not worth it. This is not a silent card. This is more inclined to be like an Ironclad card or something like that. Like, if you had Chemical X, I'd pray you had Malaise. Yeah, I agree. That's the only reason I would have Chemical X on silent. Skewer, you just never take it. Not worth it. Not a good card. Unless for some reason you had like a boatload of strength and you had no damage cards. For some reason you find yourself in that situation on silent. This seems very unlikely, but you know, I guess crazier things have happened. Speedster, a 2-cost power card. Whenever you draw a card during your turn, deal 2 damage to all enemies. And if it's upgraded, it is innate. Speedster is really good in specific situations. If you don't have that specific situation, it's just not really that great. I would put Speedster solidly in like C tier. It's awkward because you have to have energy to make this work. And if you have energy, it's really good. If you don't have energy, it's hard to get it to work because you need to have both energy and draw in that situation. Energy to play this for 2 and a lot of draw. And if you do, this is a great engine for you to win. But most of the time, I do feel like it's one of those things that's you're already gonna win if you need Speedster to win. You know what I mean? Like you're most likely gonna win. It almost feels like a win more card, Speedster. Like if you have that much draw, you're probably able to draw into some other like win condition, which would be stronger than Speedster most of the time. So it's just awkward. This is a card where you have a lot of draw, but for some reason you have no damage, no way to deal damage. I don't know. Maybe do we put it in B tier? I'll put it at the top of C tier. I'm fine with that. Strangle, a 1-cost attack card. Deal 10 damage whenever you play a card this turn. The enemy loses 3 HP. That is the upgraded version. The regular version is deal 8 damage and enemy loses 2 HP. Strangle's good. Strangle's good for like early game stuff. Strangle's good if you have shivs. I would put this in B tier personally. If you have a lot of 0-cost cards, Strangle goes kind of crazy. You can have a lot of fun with it. If you don't, it's not that great. It's still fine early game damage. Do I put this in C tier? I don't know. It's bottom of B tier. Bottom of B tier for now. It's just Strangle is just like one of those cards that doesn't really have too much of a home in Silent. It's good for early game damage, I guess. Then we got Tactician, another Sly card. This one costs 3, but you gain 1 energy, and if it's upgraded, you gain 2 energy. Guess what? Tactician gets dropped in A tier right next to Reflex. Those 2 cards together, you're having a good time. You're having a really good time. If you have a lot of Sly stuff, you're having a great day. If you've got Sly and you got Reflex and Tactician. Energy and draw free when you discard these. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. I love it. You can't go wrong with gaining energy that way. Up my sleeve, a 2-cost skill card. Add 3 shivs into your hand. Reduce this card's cost by 1. And if it's upgraded, add 4 shivs into your hand. Reduce this card's cost by 1. Up my sleeve. Yeah, that's going down here, man. I'm sorry. If you're an up my sleeve kind of person, I almost want to put it in F tier. Am I crazy? I definitely put it in at least D tier, but there's not a ton of F tier cards that we've run into, to be honest. I think I'm going to put it in F tier. I do not like up my sleeve. It's so much work to get this to work. It's cycling through the deck. It is like a really bad version of Rampage. 2 costs for 3 shivs. Just get yourself a Blade Dance, exhaust the Blade Dance, never see it again. You don't care. When it comes to on my sleeve, this is just bad. It's just bad. That's so expensive. Now, if you have something that cycles really fast and shivs are your only form of damage, and you happen to have an accuracy, if you have like a 10 card deck with accuracy, Phantom Blades, and 1 up my sleeve, and a lot of draw, and you got nothing else, somehow you have that exact situation, sure. Up my sleeve is free shivs every single turn, and you're constantly drawing into them, sure. But we're talking about realism. We're not talking about dream scenarios here. Abrasive, a 3-cost power card, but it's Sly. You gain 1 dexterity, gain 4 thorns. If it's upgraded, you gain that 1 dexterity, but you gain 6 thorns. Abrasive. I really want to put this in S tier. I'm not going to lie. I think I'll put it in A. I think I'll put it in A because there's quite a few S tier cards coming up. And I don't want to saturate S tier necessarily. But it might end up in S tier at the end. Abrasive is amazing. We've talked about it a lot. Gaining dexterity, fantastic. Gaining thorns on top of that, woof, awesome. That is free damage when the enemy attacks you. You already have dexterity, which should, in theory, make your defense, your block cards way better. So that makes you a little bit stronger on blocking, and thorns could be your damage. Literally, abrasive could be your entire damage engine in a lot of fights. If you have 1 or 2 of these and you're playing them for free by discarding them, abrasive is incredible. Incredible card. Adrenaline. This is one of those S tier cards that I was talking about. By the way, we have gotten into the rare cards now. Abrasive was the first rare card, I believe. Adrenaline, gain 1 energy, draw 2 cards, exhaust. It is a 0-cost card. And if it's upgraded, it is gain 2 energy, draw 2 cards. Adrenaline is free. Adrenaline is free. You could take this in any single silent run and you're feeling great about it. Adrenaline is just automatically good. It's a 0-cost card that gives you energy, gives you draw, and then exhausts so you don't have to see it again. Now, if it didn't exhaust, you'd be happy to see this again. But then it'd be even stronger. Then it'd be an S plus tier or S plus plus tier somehow. Adrenaline is absolutely incredible. This is genuinely free energy, free draw, and it is just absolutely awesome. You actually can take this in every single silent run, and it never, ever, ever hurts. Like I do not care if you're facing Eon Glass. If you are facing Eon Glass and you have 600 adrenalines, you'll be all right. Okay? I don't want to hear about Eon Glass anymore. I'm kidding, but it like genuinely you could have this in every single deck. It's amazing. On any single character, but it's definitely on silent. Then we got another S tier card, After Image, a 1-cost power card. Whenever you play a card, gain 1 block, and if it's upgraded, it's innate. After Image, goated. Absolutely goated. Okay? After Image is just awesome. Like, you're never upset to have an After Image. If you're offered it, you want to take it, especially if you're playing a lot of 0-cost cards. As you can see, S tier has quite a few 0-cost cards, and you're playing a lot of shivs in silent, and you have a 0-cost card that you start with. You have other 0-cost cards that you're going to want to get. This After Image is just amazing. It turns every card into a form of block. We love that. You want to block. That's how you survive. That's how you win. Assassinate, a 0-cost attack card. Look, another 0-cost. It's innate. Deal 10 damage, apply 1 vulnerable exhaust. And if it's upgraded, deal 13 damage, apply 2 vulnerable exhaust. On the surface, this is not a bad card. This is not a bad card at all. However, it takes up a spot in your opening hand because it's innate. That's bad because it then only, let's say it's upgraded, it's dealing 13 damage. It is applying vulnerable. There's not a whole lot of reasons that you want to apply vulnerable as silent unless you're literally specifically playing like a Shiv deck. Vulnerable isn't as good for silent as it is for other characters. In that situation where you are playing a lot of attacks as silent, it's good, of course, like it's fine. However, it as a rare card, I have to ding it a little bit because usually you're offered this alongside 2 other rare cards, and we've only talked about 3 rare cards before this. They're all in S and A tier. I'm never taking Assassinate over any of the cards that we talked about before. I think it's fine. I think I would just drop this into C tier. Like, it's fine for what it is, but you're not really excited to get it. You know, this feels like a card that is better for a different character, to be honest. Blade of Ink. Add 2 Inky Shivs into your hand, and if it's upgraded, add 3 Inky Shivs. An Inky Shiv is a Shiv that applies weak to the enemy. This is going in A tier. I can even argue for this going S tier. Should it go in S tier? Trying to look through the other cards real quick because still a couple other S tier cards. I'm going to drop it in there. I'm going to drop it into S tier. Blade of Ink is really, really good. Like we said a billion times, weakening enemies is the most important thing that you can do in this game. And Blade of Ink is a very nice way to do that. Very, very good way to do that. I think that's just easily, if it's not S tier, it's easily an A tier card. It's not even close. Bullet Time, a 3-cost skill. You cannot draw additional cards this turn. All cards in your hand are free to play this turn. And if it's upgraded, it's a 2-cost. Bullet Time, kind of a slept on card, to be honest. Like, a lot of people really hate it. It's very, very good. It's honestly very good if you can draw into things and you have enough energy to just play this out, and then you could play a bunch of free stuff. It's really good in those situations. I do think that it gets slept on a little bit. However, that being said, it still probably is a C tier card because it's hard to like, it's hard to say, hey, take bullet time over these other rare cards. You know, you have to have bullet time paired with two other rare cards that you literally are never going to be able to use. And then you could use bullet time. But other than that, it's just like not amazing. In the right situation though, it is incredible. So keep that in mind. People do sleep on bullet time and think that it does absolutely nothing, but it's good enough. Burst. This turn, your next skill is played in extra time. And then if it's upgraded, your next two skills are played in extra time. Burst. Awesome. It's just awesome. Burst, I'm going to put it to A tier. Let's put it to the top of B tier, actually. Burst, top of B tier, because you do have to have specific skills that you want to play extra times. I think it was better in STS 1 than it is in STS 2, to be honest with you. I do think that that's true. Generally speaking, Burst is really good because you have a lot of skills as Silent. However, you do have to draw it alongside some of those skills that you want to duplicate. So we'll keep Burst in B tier. Very, very strong, but you got to find the right deck for it. It's deck dependent, but very strong when you do find that. Corrosive Wave. Whenever you draw a card this turn, apply 2 poison to all enemies, and when it's upgraded, apply 3 poison to all enemies. I want to love this card. I really want it to be great, but it's not. It's not. I'm putting it in D tier. The problem for Corrosive Wave, you got to draw into it early on. Let's say you have a ton of draw in your deck. You got to draw into it early on in the turn. You got to play it, and then you got to do all your draw. What happens to me a lot with Corrosive Wave is I get the draw cards first. I use them all. Then I draw into Corrosive Wave, and I can't do anything about it. Corrosive Wave is just too niche. If you get a good situation where this does pop off, it pops off like crazy. It goes absolutely ballistic. The problem is finding the situations for it to actually pop off. It's just like, it never happens. It should be free. Agreed, Al. I agree. If this was a 0 cost card, this would go up to B tier. This would go right up to B tier. This would be really strong. But because it's a 1 cost card, it's got to stay in D tier for me for now. When I first started playing STS 2, I had a really good run where Corrosive Wave went crazy. It's on the channel somewhere. It was like this beautiful infinite run where I applied like 100,000 poison to the enemy or something like that to like the final boss, and it was awesome. And that never happened again. And I never even came close to doing that. And that was when the game first came out. So I was on like lower ascension. So maybe it's easier to use there, but I don't know. It sucks. Speaking of bad rares, Envenom, a 2 cost power card. Whenever an attack deals unblocked damage, apply 1 poison. And if it's upgraded, apply 2 poison. Envenom is bad. A lot of people will grab Envenom right away. They see it, they get hyped about it, and they grab it right away. Envenom costs too much. 2 costs, not good for this. If you have a boatload of shivs and not really great scaling, it's like decent enough to grab, but most of the time you're going to be vastly underwhelmed by Envenom. You're going to be very upset that you took it. You're going to be very displeased when Envenom runs into guys that are shielding themselves, or situations where you're only applying like a very small amount of poison. If you want to apply poison in an efficient way, get yourself a Noxious Fumes. Envenom is D tier for me as well. If they lower this to a 1 cost card, it's getting bumped up. If if it doesn't matter if it's unblocked, it's getting bumped up. But those things are probably never going to happen because this was an STS1 staple. It was bad in that game too, for the record. And it never changed in that game. So I would be weary of Invenom. Don't overrate it. Fan of Knives, a 2-cost power card. Shivs now hit all enemies. Add 4 shivs into your hand. And if it's upgraded, add 5 shivs into your hand. I like Fan of Knives a lot, actually. Fan of Knives is really cool. It's a nice way for your shivs to deal AoE. And I don't know if I want to put this in B tier, though. Yeah, you know what? I'll put it at the bottom of B tier. It teeters on B and C tier for me because you need AoE. If you've built strictly a shivs build, then it's great. But if that's not what you've built, it's not super good. However, it does add some shivs to your hands, so that makes it a little better. And that's why I'm going to keep it in B tier, because it adds those shivs. Because if you only had Infinite Blades and a Fan of Knives, is it really worth the 2 cost to turn that 1 shiv per turn into AoE? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Fan of Knives, it's deck dependent, obviously, but pretty good when you get that right deck. Grand Finale can only be played if there are no cards in your draw pile. Deals 60 damage to all enemies. And if it's upgraded, deals 75 damage to all enemies. I love Grand Finale in the first game. It was one of my favorite cards. Unfortunately, it's hard. It's even harder to get it off in this game. I love taking it and experimenting with it. Unfortunately, for now, I'm going to have to put it in F tier. It hurts to do that. It hurts to do that. Even if you have a ton of draw, it's hard to get this off because you still have to have the absolute perfect situation, and you need to make sure that it works where you have it on the turn where there's no cards in your draw pile. If you can make that work, by all means, go crazy with Grand Finale. Have fun with it. Take it if you really want. Take it if you think you might have a chance at this. But unfortunately, 99% of the time, it's not that situation. Like when I take a Grand Finale, a lot of times it just doesn't work out. So I'm going to put it in F tier. It hurts me to do that. I'm hoping that eventually there's going to be other ways to do this. But I find that when I have a silent deck, I usually have a massive, massive, massive deck. So Grand Finale becomes way harder to play in that situation. In the old game, in STS1, it was a little bit easier to play, but it was still difficult. But I could find ways. I have not really found consistent ways in this game to be able to play Grand Finale. Knife Trap, 2-cost skill card. Play every shiv in your exhaust pile on the enemy. And if it's upgraded, you upgrade and play every shiv in your exhaust pile. Knife Trap's awesome in the right situation. The problem is most of the time it's not the right situation. So I'm going to drop it into C tier. It's really hard. I don't know what happened to the art here on the tier list. Hopefully they fix that. But Knife Trap, awesome. Awesome, awesome. But it really only works usually in boss fights. And I guess some elite fights. If you can make it work, if you can absolutely make like a ton of shivs, if you have a ton of shivs that are coming out and you can set off Knife Trap for like a huge amount, it is one of the best cards in the game. But it's just really, really hard to do that. A lot of times it's just like a curse in hallway fights and even a lot of elite fights, it's a curse. So difficult. But when you can get it to work, man, it awesome. It is absolutely awesome. Malaise, the only X cost card that I care about on Silent, it's Malaise. Enemy loses X strength, apply X weak, exhaust, and if it's upgraded, it is X plus 1 strength and X plus 1 weak. Malaise, awesome. A tier. Malaise is a very solid A tier card. This is a way to mitigate a ton of damage. A ton of damage from enemies. Malaise is honestly awesome. Really, really good. But well, there's no real but, I guess, actually. I don't know why I said but. Malaise is just really good. It mitigates the damage of Queen. It mitigates a lot of the damage from Eon Glass. It mitigates a ton of damage from any multi-strike enemies. Malaise is really, really great into those very difficult boss fights. So Malaise, a solid pick every single time. And if you upgrade it, even if you play it for 0, it's doing something every time you draw it. So then you exhaust and then you don't have to run into it again. Let's drink some water. Okay. Whew. All right, next up is Master Planner, a 2-cost power card. When you play a skill, it gains Sly, and if it's upgraded, it is a 1-cost power instead of 2 cost. Master Planner, when I first started playing the game, I thought it was terrible. I thought it was absolutely garbage. And I was wrong. When I started experimenting with it, it's really, really good. The problem is that you need a very specific situation where you might have like a lot of draw and discard things and a decent amount of skills. When you have that, Master Planner goes crazy. It goes absolutely ballistic. I'm actually kind of inclined to put it into B tier because of that. Because the B tier cards are your deck dependent cards that are really strong, and the C tier cards are kind of your deck dependent cards that are less strong. And I think I feel good about Master Planner being in B tier, but you have to. I'm on the fence between this and C tier. I'm really on the fence about it because in the right situations, it's insanely, insanely good. But if it's not the right situation, it's not great. I'm gonna keep it in B tier. I think it's solidly deck dependent. And if you have that Sly situation, you want to go crazy with this. You do. I'll put it in the top of C. I've convinced myself I put it in the top of C because it is hard to get it off. It is hard to make it work. So if we put it in the top of C tier, that feels good. No. B tier. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going a little crazy on this one because I think it really teeters on B and C tier. I think it's stronger than people give it credit for, but I also don't think that it's like end all be all. If you do have a Sly deck that's kind of going crazy, you don't necessarily need a Master Planner. But if you if you don't have a ton of slide cards, but you do have a ton of discard cards, Master Planner is really, really good and really helps you out. Murder is a 3-cost attack card. Deal 1 damage. Deals 1 additional damage for each card drawn this combat. And if it's upgraded, it is a 2-cost card. Murder is good. Don't take that out of context. Don't take that out of context. Wags was good. Murder, the card, is solid in the right situations. If you don't have a ton of draw, if you don't have scaling, it's good. If you don't have a lot of scaling, if you do have, sorry. I'm mixing up 2 ideas there. Let me just restart that. If you don't have a ton of drawing, obviously this is bad. But a lot of times with silent, you're going to have a lot of draw. And if you do, it's slow to scale though. It is a slow scaling card. So I'm going to put Murder kind of in the top of C tier because this is your niche deck dependent category where if you have a ton of damage, if you have a ton of draw, unbelievable. Like this card is really, really, really good. And if you don't, if you just have like an average amount of draw, it's okay. It's okay. And if you have no draw, it's kind of bad, but it is nice for scaling situations. Very questionable statement on Murder. Oh boy. Nightmare, choose a card. Next turn, add 3 copies of that card into your hand. Exhaust. It is a 3-cost skill card, and if it's upgraded, it's a 2-cost skill card. Nightmare used to be awesome in Slay the Spire 1. In Slay the Spire 2, it is much less awesome. Unfortunately, it's so expensive. It's so much harder to gain energy in this game. And especially as silent, it's really hard to gain energy. I like Nightmare a lot. It's very much so deck dependent. It's very much so run dependent. Like if you have a lot of energy, it's good to duplicate cards. But I do find that when I take this a lot, I don't really have too much of a chance of playing it because of its high cost. And because it's usually not worth it until the next turn, obviously. Nightmare is not bad. It's much more niche than the normal C tier cards. So I'm going to put it like at the top of D tier. Nah, I'm going to put it at the bottom of C tier. Looking at the cards in D tier, Nightmare's better than them. It's still better. I'm going to do that because I think Nah. It will go in the top of D tier. It's so hard to make Nightmare work in this game, but if you can make it work, it goes crazy. But it's really, really hard to make it work. So I'm gonna have to just keep it in D tier. Outbreak, a 3-cost skill card. Apply. Have you gotten to the block when a card is played card yet? After image? Yeah. Yeah. After image is S tier. Easy S tier. That's your favorite card? Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best cards in the game. Easily one of the best cards in the game. That's That's, if you run into after image, you just automatically take it. Genuinely, you take it every time. I don't see, there's never a situation that I run into after image and I'm like, I don't want this card. Like I've never, in 2 games, in STS 1 and 2, I've never run into the situation where I've seen an after image and been like, fuck that. I don't want after image. You know what I mean? When your son duplicated it like so many times. Yeah. Took him like an hour to win, but never. That's awesome, dude. Yeah. After image is just, there's never a situation where you don't want to take it. Honestly. You always want it. All right, let's talk the new Outbreak. It is a 3-cost skill now. It used to be a power. Apply 9 poison to all enemies. Poison triggers immediately. And if it's upgraded, apply 12 poison to all enemies. Poison triggers immediately. This card is awesome. This card is actually awesome. I love the new version of it. I do have to say that it is infinitely better than when it was like the uncommon power card. It is expensive to play. It used to be every 3 times you apply poison, deal 11 damage to all enemies, and that sucked. I'm going to put it solidly in B tier because the triggering immediately is crazy. I'm telling you, I've had multiple runs where this card just went crazy. But you got to have enough energy. So I'm going to put it in B tier. It doesn't quite make it to A tier. It might on the next time we do this tier list because I will have more experience with it. But as of right now, just the little experience that I've had over the course of the past like week playing it, unbelievable. Like absolutely mind-blowing. Serpent Form, whenever you play a card, deal 4 damage to a random enemy, and if it's upgraded, deal 6 damage to a random enemy. Great card. Great card when you can play it properly. Like if you can't play it properly, it sucks because it costs a lot. 3 energy for the silent is quite a bit. But if you have a ton of 0-cost cards, if you have a ton of shivs, if you have a ton of like deflects, this is great. This is really solid. If you're playing consistently like 5-6 cards a turn, this could be the way that you kill enemies. This could be the way that you win the run. But it's like hard to find that situation. It's hard to find that situation. We're going to drop it into the top of C tier because you specifically need the right situation for it. But I do love it in those situations. Shadow Step, 1-cost skill card. Discard your hand. Next turn, attacks deal double damage. And if it's upgraded, it is a 0-cost card. Shadow Step. D tier. It teeters on F tier. This is like a really bad way for you to discard your hand. If you could, somebody will inevitably make the argument that you can wait until this is your last card and it's a 0-cost, and then you can play it as your last card and it doesn't actually negatively affect you. But it does negatively affect you because this is another card that you have to draw into, where you could have had a better card that you could have drawn into instead. And this really doesn't do much. Attacks deal double damage. When you're silent, unless you're playing like, I guess, shivs again, you don't really care about attack damage. You know what I mean? Usually when it comes to silent, you don't. And shiv decks are not, like shiv decks on the list of ways to play silent are, I hate to break this to you guys, but it's kind of low. You're more inclined to play, first of all, you're always inclined to play discard for silent. And then you're probably next poison. and then shivs. Like, I guess that depends. Maybe not. Maybe shivs are above poison. But either way, your attack damage, it's, I don't know. Shadow Step is just not good. Maybe we do drop it to F tier. I don't know. Just because you can play it for 0, it's maybe fine. Nah, I think I want it in F tier. Shadow Step's just like that bad. Shadow Meld. 1 cost skill card. Double your block gain this turn. And if it's upgraded, it's 0 cost. Shadow Meld S tier. We've talked constantly about how good block is. And Shadow Meld doubling your block for this turn, especially if it's upgraded. Like, if you get a Shadow Meld, you want to upgrade it immediately. You want that 0 cost to be a thing. But this is a good 0 cost card as opposed to Shadow Step, which is a bad 0 cost card, you know, because you don't really want this filling up your deck, having Shadow Step, so that you draw into it and you have to play it. Whereas Shadow Meld, you're very happy to draw into it and play it. It's like literally the complete opposite. Storm of Steel, discard your hand. Add 1 shiv into your hand for each card discarded. And if it's upgraded, it is add 1 shiv plus into your hand. Storm of Steel kind of sucks. It's honestly mid. It's fine in the situation where you have like reflex and tactician, and you also maybe have like an accuracy. I don't know. Storm of Steel, it's most of the time there's not really like a super good use for it. You could find a good use case for it sometimes. So it goes into D tier. Again, I will say this. Every card in Slay the Spire can be useful. Every card in Slay the Spire can be useful in the right situation. I need everybody to know that even if I am shitting on a card or saying that it's bad, it can be good in the right situation. But a lot of times there's not really the best situation for Storm of Steel, to be honest. The Hunt. Deal 10 damage if fatal, gain an additional card reward, exhaust, and if it's upgraded, deal 15 damage. The Hunt, D tier also. I don't like the Hunt at all. If fatal, gain an additional card reward. Gaining an additional card reward, of course that's good. Of course that's really good. But man, is it hard to get cards to be fatal in this game. We talked about it on the Ironclad list. Feed is really, really good. But it's hard to drag out fights in this game so that you can kill the enemy with a specific card on the last turn. And if that happens, you want something that's going to give you a big benefit. So Feed gives you max HP, which is immediately beneficial and really good. The Hunt gives you an additional card reward. Could that be really good? Yeah. Could it be really bad though? Yeah. Could it be you're adding an extra card to your deck that you don't really want to use? Yes. In that case, would you skip it? Sure. But if you skip it, then what was the point in dragging out the fight and trying to kill it with the Hunt? You know what I mean? Like, the Hunt is really... it should be a better reward. It should be better than just an additional card reward. But maybe I'm underrating it. Let me know in the comment section. You know what I mean? Yeah, true, Mac. True. What's the most situational card? The most situational card? Grand Finale? Ultra situational? Maybe? Tools of the Trade. A 1-cost power card at the start of your turn. Draw 1 card and discard 1 card. And if it's upgraded, it is a 0-cost card. Tools of the Trade. One of my favorite cards. It's going right into S tier. Genuinely S tier. I love Tools of the Trade. I think it's phenomenal. Like, Tools of the Trade is your entire discard engine in one card. Every single turn, you're guaranteed to be discarding some card. Every single turn, you're guaranteed to be drawing an extra card. Tools of the Trade just really, really, really good in like almost every situation. You're totally fine grabbing a Tools of the Trade every time. If you can't find other discard ways to discard, Tools of the Trade being your the only way to do that is actually works out really, really well for you. You think that it might not. You think that it's like a little too weak, and it actually works perfectly. Tracking 2-cost power. Weak enemies take 50% more damage from attacks. If it's upgraded, it's a 1-cost card. Tracking, incredible. A tier. There's an argument to be made for S tier. There's an argument to be made for almost every A tier card being an S tier. Almost everyone. These you're like wanting to put these up there. They're just, I'm not trying to order the tiers, but these A tier cards, like there's you can make an argument for S tier. Like, these are just really good. Weak enemies. How many things do we have in S tier that are weakening enemies? Blade of Ink, leg sweep. I don't even see it. Leg sweep. You got neutralize up in at the top of A tier. These are ways that tracking is going to make things better. The only problem with tracking is kind of comes down to the same thing that I talked about before. How often are you attacking enemies with silent? It depends. It depends on the situation. But when you weaken them, tracking goes crazy. And our final rare card, we have Well Laid Plans, a 2-cost power card. At the end of your turn, you no longer discard your hand. And if it's upgraded, it is a 1-cost power card. Well Laid Plans, S tier. Just easy S tier. Honestly, easy S tier. It's wild. It's kind of wild that they changed Well Laid Plans to be like this, because it is basically Runic Pyramid as a power, and Runic Pyramid considered the best relic in the game by most players. It's just essentially retaining your hand every single turn. That's broken. I do not think that they're going to let Well Laid Plans stay like this, to be completely honest. I just don't see that happening. I imagine that they're going to change it and revert it closer back to like what it was. But for now, let's enjoy it. Suppress. We will talk about the 2 Ancient Reward versions of the cards before we wrap up the list. Suppress, 0 cost, innate attack, deal 11 damage, apply 3 weak. And if it's upgraded, deal 17 damage, apply 5 weak. This is the upgraded version of Neutralize, and I am inclined to put it. Man, it's hard not to put this in S tier. I kind of want to put it right next to Neutralize, but I guess it's just better than Neutralize. We'll put it in S tier. Somehow S tier has more cards than A tier. But I guess that's a product of being the Silent. Silent is just super, super strong. Like insanely top heavy with the good cards. But Suppress is broken. It's a 0 cost that you're immediately applying 5 weak to an enemy. Broken. Absolutely broken. And the other Silent Ancient Reward card is Wraith Form. 3 cost power. Gain 2 intangible. At the start of your turn, lose 1 dexterity. And if it's upgraded, you can gain 3 intangible. Wraith Form, it's not that great as long as apparitions exist. It used to be broken in the first game. And it's still amazing in this game. But it's definitely a C tier, in my opinion. because apparitions exist. Why take wraith form when you can take an apparition, when you can get apparitions from a different ancient instead? It does the same thing, except that it doesn't cost you dexterity. It's really, really hard to maneuver around wraith form. It's not a bad card to take, I will say. Like, don't take it as you can never take wraith form. That's why we'll put it in C tier. It's really strong. It's probably at the top of C tier. Very, very strong in those situations, but you got to find that situation, you know? You got to find a good spot for you to take that and lose all the dexterity. But yeah, that's the tier list. That's all of it, folks. That's literally everything. And let me know in the comment section below what you disagree with. I want to hear it all. I want to hear what you agree with, what you disagree with. And thank you so much for watching. And yeah, I love it. Never thought I'd be saying this, but buff wraith form. Yeah. Wraith form is hard to take in its current condition. At least in this game. With like no artifacts, no nothing like that, it's really hard to take. But that's the silent tier list. So we're going to go ahead and let me link that to you guys. Same with bias cognition. Yeah, that's the problem. But if you guys want to insert this into your Untapped overlays, if you haven't downloaded Untapped, it's free. Download it. Doesn't hurt. You can. And if you just want to bookmark it, I'm actually in the process. You guys, this is crazy. But because Untapped doesn't have everything, like, doesn't quite have everything all in one place yet. I believe they're going to be doing that next week, though. I'm actually in the process of potentially creating a website to have everything all in one place, so you guys could easily access the tier list. It's just going to be like a regular old website, so you can like have access to my content and stuff. It's nothing important, but it'll be something that I put the tier lists on so that it'll be easy to find. You know what I mean? Hold on. Let me send you guys this link. But yeah, that's a tier list. What do you guys think? What are people's opinions? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Tell me your opinions. I didn't see too many people disagreeing with it while I was making it. I'll say that. Okay, here's the link to the actual tier list. S tier really stands for silent cards tier. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, now we got that. I'm going to post it in the Discord as well so that people have easy access to it. And again, because of the way that Untapped works, I'm going to be able to easily I'm going to be able to easily update the list. So you don't have to wait until there is a new tier list coming out on YouTube or anything like that. You'll just be able to immediately access my updated thoughts, because I'm going to try and update them for every patch or every other patch or something like that, you know, just to make it easier, because I think that's valuable. I think there's a lot of value in that. That's why I really like Untapped, because I can just easily update it, not have to make a whole ass video, because these videos take forever. And it's going to take forever to edit, which is why the Ironclad video hasn't come out yet. Yeah, I am kind of a corrosive wave hater at this point because I can't get it to work very often. It really sucks. It's all about draw order, and that's what makes it tough, you know. Yeah, let's play some Silent Bros and Broettes. That's so stupid. I'm so dumb. I was never getting it to work in the first place. Yeah, I got it to work like early game. But once I got to like once you get like Ascender's Bane, it just becomes so much harder to make it happen, I suppose. I don't know. Also, if you're not part of the Discord, join the Discord. Great community. I promise. Where are we going? Where are we going? I think like Corrosive Wave is one of those things where I got it to work really early and I got it to work like crazy. And I felt super good about it and didn't realize its flaws because I just happened to get like the perfect deck to make it work. You know what I mean? Meow's Bones has a high early abandon rate. That's interesting. I'm surprised that people abandon games. I didn't realize that people abandon games a lot. Should we go Meow's Bones? Silent's probably strong enough to survive the curse, right? Maybe? Let's have fun. I love Bubble Bubble. I think Bubble Bubble is insanely good. The problem is you really need it. You really need to draw that in the perfect spot. And you like where you already have poison on things. But if you have a good poison deck that you know is getting things started, if you have Twisted Funnel that automatically applies poison on the first turn, Bubble Bubble's broken. But I think I put it in C tier because it's just like so niche. Or maybe it was B tier. Oh, let me import my silent tier list. There it is. Imported. You guys don't even see it because my camera's covering it, but let's go Meow's Bones. Let's gamble. Let's have fun. Precise Scissors. Okay. Put Meow's Torment. I think it's B for me personally. I really struggled whether or not to put it in B tier, to be honest. I was very much so on the fence with that one. All right, we got rid of a strike, but we did get a decay. So, a little tough. I would have hoped for a better curse, to be honest. That's kind of a wild statement, right? Better curse. But it's true. That was my thought there. Okay, he's multi-striking. I guess we can kill him and we're fine with it. Decay, I hate you. A guilty would have been a cool curse to get from that. It would have felt like, hey, I didn't really get cursed. Decay isn't too bad, I guess, but it still sucks. All right, we took a little more damage in that fight than I wanted to, but again, that's what happens when you get a curse. Escape plan, I put in S tier. It's so good. But I need damage. Silent can deal with curses pretty well. That's true. I'm going to take a Fléchette here for damage. And I guess we'll heal 10. Good start. Good start. Ooh. A room full of cheese. Prepared. And piercing well. I have them in S tier. It helps with the flechettes, I guess. Let's take them. Okay. This worked out perfectly. You're dead and you're almost dead. I'm good with that. Piercing Whale. Look at the power of Piercing Whale. Now, I'm taking no damage. How sick is that? Piercing Whale is that card, folks. It really is that card. Bottle potential, okay. Flick Flack. Gouda, baby! Gouda, my guy. Ferris the Goat. Dude, Ferris was so good. I haven't even watched the next season yet. Because I'm just like... I watched the beginning of the first episode and I was like, nothing's going to match this. I'm sad now. How can you top it? Exactly. I'm excited to see Kirby back. I hope... Is there another season that's coming out soon? Or did the other season... They only do one a year, right? So, did this year's season come out yet? I think it did, right? I'm assuming it's the beginning of the year that they come out. Usually January. Okay. I hope it's a good one. All I have to do is power through this one season. Not that it's probably going to be bad or anything, but I know Ferris is not on it. I know Georgia's not on it. I know Kirby's not on it. I know Haley's not on it. So it's kind of like, I know Shawnee's not on it. So it's like one of those things, you know? I still don't know why they got rid of him. As much as I like David, and I hope he's a good host, I can't believe they got rid of JLP. Like I'm still so sad about it. Oh, money. All right, I'll take a Flick Flack. Money makes sense. You didn't think he was bad? I have to imagine he's good, but I did not watch UK, no. That's something I need to watch still. I think I'm going to remove a strike here, even though I'm not happy about it. Or actually remove this decay. Yeah, I haven't watched it. I do have it on... I do have access to it. I just haven't played it. I mean, I haven't watched it. You use the piercing whale now? You used a comedian? Oh, that's annoying. I only have one season of the UK version. I know there was more than one. I'm using Neos Fury so that I could weaken again. We'll take 8. Oh, okay. They only did one with him? Okay. We just shuffle? Yeah, we're gonna use the bottle potential. Oh my god. Same terrible result, actually worse because I got the block less. Horrible. Maybe two. I think you're right. I think I looked it up at one point, and I believe you were correct. All right, we're using the piercing well. I'm actually in a lot of trouble against this guy. Terror Eel is kind of the bane of my existence here. We don't have a ton of damage yet. I have no scaling. I have no poison. All right. What a bad time to draw 3 defense, huh? Okay, we're alive. The editing and hosting were bad. Yeah, I don't like that. I think I'm dead. I think I fucked this up. Yeah, I played bad. It's alright. We always play bad the first game of the night. I could have beaten any other elite except for Terror Eel. He took me down, man. Took me down big time. I guess that's why you don't take a curse. And you also don't remove cards in the beginning of games. A valuable lesson to learn. A valuable lesson I knew. He uses puns all the time. Cover songs of pop music while showing B-roll on the beach. Yeah, that doesn't sound that good to me. At all. We'll full block. I think I can't remember if we watched UK traders. I don't think we did. We definitely watched Australian traders. Are curses from Niao almost always a bad choice? Yeah, kinda. They're usually never very useful. That's why Niao's Bones is bad. Niao's Bones is like really fun. So when I want to have fun, I take it. But most of the time, it's bad. That's why I never take the rare card either, because that putting a curse in your deck, it's just not worth it. Also, a lot of the times the rare cards in the beginning of the games can essentially be curses themselves, because you can't play them too often, or you don't have the setup for it, you know. You love UK traders? I gotta watch it. I think I have all the seasons. I think I have all the seasons. I'm gonna take an untouchable here. Like how corny Zach Brown Band was just for a reward. This would be like Zach Brown Band blasting as you come back from. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that so much. There are exceptions to the early curse though. I will say that if you have Curse Pearl where you get the greed and you get a ton of money, in that case the curse is not bad, because that extra money can set that off, because like offset that, I mean, because you are able to buy more cards to kind of fill your deck so that you're not running into the curse like every 3 hands. So I will say that, Luffy. I think it's Luffy, right? Is that how they pronounce it? I'm not a big I don't even remember what the anime thing is called. One Piece. I know it's from that. Like, for example, right now I'm gonna take this greed because 314 gold is fucking crazy. So now we're going into this shop with nearly 600 gold and I could buy almost everything. I'm definitely buying footwork. I'm definitely buying leg sweep. S tier cards all around. The only thing is I need to find a way to deal damage. I need to find a way to deal damage. Is poison stab worth it? I'm inclined to take a book of 5 rings here because I'm about to add a bunch of cards. Do I also want to take a Snecko skull? Leg sweep and footwork and poison stab. Can I afford all of it? It feels like 392 minus 152 is 392 minus 152. That's going to put me at 240, right? And this is going to be 150-ish. It's like 146. So I could still grab the poison stab. Like, I can grab all of these. Burning sticks is really good, but I don't have anything that I want to use it with. Wish there was like one more damage dealing card and I'd feel better. Let's go Book of 5 Rings, Snecko Skull. We're going poison here. We're going to do what I just said, and we're going to hope for the best. I need to find some damage cards in these 2 fights, though. In this fight and the next one. Oh, interesting that it applies the Snecko Skull thing to the card now. I don't know if that's a result of Untapped. I don't know if that's a result of... I don't know what that is. Pretty sick, though. Simon Me is back. Is his last name Me? Because that's fitting. Genuinely fitting. Wait, you're not joking. He's in the new last season. Is it really redemption? Oh. A bad time to draw footwork, huh? All right. We won't play the footwork. We will take 8 damage straight to the dome. GG's. Ricochet is damage. It's not exactly the type of damage that we wanted. I could skip here, but then I gotta pray for one thing that's going to deal damage here. I guess the colorless potion could have damage in it. I don't have a ton of discard right now. I'm going to skip. Ricochet. I might regret that. All right. I'm going to do a little tick of damage. I'm going to take 2 and deal damage here. Jesus of T was good. Zedric was good. Am I winning? Am I? I don't know. Good question. Good mark? Who's good mark? Mark from Titans versus Rebel. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Bald mark. Yeah, super bald mark. Zedric, how we doing? Jesus of T, what's good? What are you guys up to? When are they adding Luis Arias to the game? I mean... Fuck, I thought this was pulled off. He's good. Alright, man. Never said a bad word. Noxious fumes. That's damage. That's what we're looking for. He hit a home run in person. Politician mark or whatever he is. Yeah. I think he is a politician, right? Or he was or something. Diplomat. Yeah, that's what he is. Damn, I'm really not playing Noxious Fumes. I'm upset. The Yankees do anything at the deadline? Yeah, the Yankees got they got Luis Garcia. No. The fuck is the guy's name? Isn't it Luis Garcia? The guy from the Nationals. And they also got the man has 3 batting titles. He's fine. He's not bad. Spent the day catching up on rest. Let's go, dude. How am I? I'm pretty good. I'm chilling. We just did the silent tier list, which took forever. And now I'm trying to prove that I can actually play silent, which is also taking forever. Get runners on in front of him. Good things happen. That's fair. Old heads are upset. It's a little weird of a place to put them in, but I don't think they should be upset about that. All right, here we go. Cleanup isn't cleanup anymore. That's true. Well, shit. Okay, let's get a colorless bot. Panic button. It's not really worth it for one turn. He had bricks for hands until Ron Washington fixed them. Third is the new cleanup. I feel like second is kind of the new cleanup, no? Do I take 11 here? That's so much damage. All right, we're going to use the other pot too. Dagger spray? Cool. At least we dealt some damage, so I can feel good about that. You just want your... Yeah. His base running is great. Mayhem putting in work. Look at this. The Twins have zero clue how to develop defense. Like, I can't remember the last time we made someone turn around on their defending. I don't have any good jokes. I was trying to think of a good joke, but I just can't come up with anything. Did we forgive him for cheating with That's actually really funny. GG's. Altuve's half his size. I mean, like, it's valid. It's valid for him to think that. I could see it. I could see it. Am I taking a snake bite here? PCI so large you can just power swing, butter swing. True. He did have a good swing. I think I'm gonna take a snake bite. Ooh, that healed me. Let's go. No resting for me. Do we want a spoils map? Oof. Am I gonna be greedy? Do I think I'm good enough to win with this deck? I already have a Greed Curse and Descender's Bane. He's got 4 inches on Altuve. That's actually hilarious. Yeah, he's not that much bigger than him. Do I want to go down to 36 HP? Let's see the map here. All right, I'll just take the potion. Wait, Altuve's 5'6"? I thought Altuve was smaller. I thought you were gonna say Rise was 5'7". Okay, that's fair. That is a big difference. I didn't realize Altuve was that tall. You think Altuve's Muggsy Bogues? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, kind of. Footwork, Noxious Fumes, Neutralize. All of these are really good upgrades. Let's go Footwork. Footwork's gonna let me survive. I need the reason why spoils is usually ignored. It's a curse. It's literally a curse. I'm halfway through the act. If I fill this deck with too many curses, there could be times where I'm drawing Greed and Spoils map at the same time. That's the biggest issue. I already have 1 extra curse, and I gotta get through the rest, and I also have to get through here. So there's gonna be at least one other time. There's gonna be at least one time where it's a very inconvenient time for me to draw into Spoils map. Plus, we're facing Soulfish, who is already dumping status cards into the deck. So, yeah. That's basically why. I'm actually going to Cure All here. Okay, we'll save the Snake Bite. I guess we'll block instead of using Snake Bite. Yeah, because if I take Spoils map, I'm just like in a really rough spot against Soulfish in particular. But I guess against anybody. Okay, now we get to use the snake bite. Teriel is super fucked, kinda. Alright, so he's not attacking no matter what, so this is fine. Boom. GG's. Lot different than the last fight with Terror Eel, let me tell you. Alright, escape plan time. It's time for an escape plan. Now I want to upgrade Noxious Fumes. Because I love gold. That's fair. That's fair. How's the George Lombard era going? Hey, he hit a home run on his first at bat. Goat. Goat. Also, I got to watch him in the minors over here a bunch of times, so I'm feeling like he's gonna be the best player ever. Just like I felt that way about Jason Dominguez. My man Dominguez was so good for the minor league team over in Jersey. So fucking good. I thought he was a bona fide superstar. He was definitely gonna be that guy. And now he's nice cargo shorts. Now he is a bona fide minor leaguer, Dominguez. He got sent back down to AAA. Makes me so sad. I like Dominguez a lot. Minor league games are fun. I agree. I agree completely. Minor league games are really, really good. It's hot as balls. We actually went to a minor league game over the weekend. Dude, Bellows, we're in good shape here. Do we take a haze? I could use some energy in this deck. This deck is energy hungry, bro. I'll take it. Z Walker Jenkins, he had 2 bombs today. Oh, let's go, dude. He's gonna be nice. He's gonna be really good. Ranwood, my guy. Ranwood, how we doing, bro? If you guys are not following Ranwood, go follow him. Go follow him right now. Ranwood, how was the stream, bro? What's good? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to? I'm assuming you were playing Spire. How we doing, man? Your stream broke? Oh no. What happened? Mochalicious was good.
I love the Vork.
Vork with the resub. 19 months, bro. I actually can't believe it's been that long. That's crazy. Vork, my guy. Thank you. How we doing, bud? I'm gonna use the colorless pot here, actually, because I hate it here. Free splash turns into, I guess, a free berry. Sure. Why not? Yo, Ranwood, seriously, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. And Vork, thank you for the resub. A burner Etsy page. I want to believe you. Rose was good. Potion, yeah, the potion was good. Good idea there. I'm actually not gonna take. Maybe I should have taken it actually, but it's fine. I think I'm okay with it. I don't think I want to rest. Nah, I have fairy in a bottle. I don't care about resting. I want to upgrade haze. Kind of a mid hand to have upgraded. You love the Vork only if the Vork tells me where his secret Etsy page is. Maybe I really want to read Harry Potter smut. You know?
First person voted out of Survivor China. Chicken.
Bam! How's Brunson doing? He's good. He's good. I don't know what he... What did Brunson do anything today? He didn't do anything today, but yesterday he took a shit on our hose, which was unpleasant. Directly on the hose, and we were very displeased. That's so great, dude. It was so wild. I was watching him from the window and I could not stop laughing. She was so mad. Dude, I don't know why he did it. The King of New York taking a shit on peasant hoses. Exactly. Yo, Spire Fox was good. Is different Brunson? Yeah, it's the dog Brunson. He took a fucking shit on our hose, and I was just like, so fucking... I was laughing. I thought it was fucking hysterical, but... Why does this think I'm gonna die? When I'm not. Oh, because the beckons. I see. Is that a sunfish? I'm not very familiar with what kind of fish it is, I'll be honest. It is a fish for sure. It is a soulfish. Brunson is making hero calls with a pair of jacks on a 4-spade board. Did you watch, Gouda, did you watch that at all? Because I watched the whole World Series. I watched the whole damn World Series of poker. And I was literally just like begging for this dude to not make that call. He made quite a few hero calls. You saw the clip on Twitter? So bad, dude. It was so bad. Definitely really big. It was such a bad call. Malace. Like if the spade doesn't come on the river, it'd be fine. But any big names make it to the final table or close. Sean Deeb was like, I think he was on the final 2 tables. I want to say he was around like 15th or 16th out. Greg Mueller was on the final table. I don't know if you remember Greg Mueller. I remember Greg Mueller. I played with him online at some point. He was kind of a mid-stakes pro online. FBT. I think I'm going to take Malace here. I think I got to take Malace. I don't know. Bullet time, there's a case for it. We have a lot of two cost cards. But it was nothing like Mizraki that made it last year. Sunfish way over 4,000 pounds. That's crazy. All right, I'm gonna take Malaise here. I do need energy. Energy on the third turn, though. I guess it's better than none, right? I don't think I really want Pyle's Eye here. Wing, I don't really want. I guess I'm going to have to take the energy. Okay, that's the path we'll go. We'll take the energy. Let's do it. Do I want to play Snake Bite? No, we could play that on the next turn. Oh, man. Lot of additional block that we didn't need to use. Escape plan? Nah, escape plan I kind of want to keep, right? Nah, we'll weaken you. No block. It's tough. That's tough. Better to fully Malaise him. Is he gonna die within 3 turns? Not guaranteed. A bear came out of the woods right next to you? That's crazy. Looks like he had 3 bracelets. Not a bad run from him. Yeah. Also, Michael Gagliano was there. I don't know if you would know who he is, but he's a pro. I wouldn't say he's a huge pro, but he's a good pro. Black bears are friendly. I have to imagine no bears are friendly. But maybe. Another footwork? Oh my. And we get the escape plan back? Why am I not on Hendon? I don't really play tournaments like that. The only tournaments that I've ever won or cashed in were dailies, and they don't count dailies. They don't count dailies on Hendon Mob, which is really sad, which I was very sad to hear about. Unless it's a mom. I know people say that. I know people love to say if you yell at a bear and whatever, like, I get it. But I'm fucking sorry. I'm not yelling at a fucking bear. Like, I'm just not. It's just never gonna happen. You yell if they approach you. Okay, I mean, I guess that's fair. Brown bears, it does not work on. Okay. I don't know. That feels like the type of thing that they tell people so that they could laugh about them dying later on. Like they go, oh yeah, yell in a bear's face. It's totally cool. I swear it works. And then you die and people are like, this idiot fucking believed that? What a fool. I like to be friends, but it's a little scary. Hey man, you do you. I'm chilling not being friends with bears for my entire life. Like I'm all right. I don't need bear friendship. I got plenty of friends. So I'm cool. Oh, I forgot about Todd. So I totally forgot Todd Brunson did get 20th. I was rooting for him so fucking much, dude. He had a big stack going into that day too, but he got super unlucky. I think the kid that he got unlucky against was the guy that ended up winning it. That kid went on a sun run of his fucking life. But I guess if you're gonna be in the main event, that's the time to go on a sun run. You wrecked A10 thanks to your help. Yo, let's go, Croc. Let's go, dude. I'm happy for you. That's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad I could help. Not going to take another snake bite, though. I'm kind of tempted to. I'm going to take a backflip, actually. I try to be friends with baby coyotes and mom got mad. When you say mom got mad, do you mean your mom or do you mean the coyote's mom? Because I could see that being the case either way. We go accelerant. We actually have a decent amount of poison going. Their mom barks at you and howls. He's the #1 in Washington all time in winnings. Oh, I imagine. $10 million does that. 10 million's pretty nice. I was happy for him, but honestly, like, and he was incredibly talented, really good at poker. But I was like, man, it was like, it's so tough because tough to watch because he kept getting hit with the deck, and then if he didn't get hit with the deck, like things would work out for him. So it was like kind of sad. He only had like 180,000 in cashes since 2023. Yeah, 10 million's pretty good cash. I would say that's nice. I would say that was pretty nice. I'm gonna take accelerant. I would say that's an impressive cash. I'd be very happy if it was me that cashed for that much. Starfish was like, oh my God, $10 million he's set for life. He could retire. He could do whatever he wants. He could blah, 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 blah. And I was like, he's 22 years old. Now he's a good poker player, so he could make more, but he also could fucking waste it. If only Jason Cornegay would have won. He was good. I remember him. There are quite a few people that I was rooting for, and quite a few of them did not make the final table, but I was happy Greg Mueller did. He probably didn't have 100% of himself. I agree. I do agree with that. I don't think he had 100% of himself because he did have he had the biggest rail I've ever seen. He had a shit ton of people rooting for him. So I have to believe that some of them had a piece of him. And it was also nice to see like how many people supported him. It was really nice. He was a sweet kid. Like he was a really nice kid. As a 37-year-old, 37, almost 38-year-old. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little jealous. Like 10 million, that's pretty good money. But he's also 22 years old. We got a living fossil over here. He's 22 years old. Most 22-year-olds, if they get $10 million, they're going to blow it, especially if they're poker players. I hope he doesn't. I hope he's smart. He's got the right people around him, and he doesn't blow it, but, you know. Fossil Man Greg, he had a reasonable run this year. He was probably like top. He made the money, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe he got eliminated right before the money. Do I take a backflip here or do I just leave? I'll take a backflip. Oh shit. These little eggs are all dead. It's huge. I'll exhaust that. Accelerant going kind of crazy. Kind of wild that my first card was untouchable and I've done absolutely nothing with it. I've discarded it, I think, once just now. I think that was the very first time I discarded it. All right, GG's. I'm going to get rid of the vulnerable pot because it's not doing anything for us. We're going to take the skill pot and skip those. If you like the overlay I've got over all the cards and everything, download Untapped. It's free. Do we have a lot of powers? We have 2 footworks and a noxious fumes and an accelerant. All right. Lost Wisp. Welcome. Ooh. No shops coming up, right? No. All right. Give me a relic. Strike dummy. Great. Thanks a lot, Wongo. Appreciate you, pal. Yes, AoE. We have full health. Dexterity's good. He got banned? I got banned for what? Oh, you're looking. Oh, I think I remember hearing something about him in the World Series. I just can't remember what it was. I'm gonna use the skill pot here. Haze, big haze. See you guys later. Oh, he's doing Triton. That makes sense. Okay, we're going to skip all these. We're kind of set on the deck here. We're kind of like super set. Footwork upgrade, Malace upgrade, Accelerant. I kind of want to upgrade Malace so it's not a waste. Footwork feels like the better upgrade, but I'm going to do Malace. Because too many times I draw into it and then can't do anything with it. All right, we get rid of 1 toxic. Malace you. Get rid of those. Damn, we're going to take damage. It's fine. You got to take damage sometimes, I guess. GG's. Oh, that wasn't the end. Now it's GG's. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. A prepared. Plus. Wow. All right. Infested Prism. Here we go. This is the big scary battle of the century here. I'm going to haze him. Can I guarantee myself a skill? No. One Minnesotan won a bracelet this year. Hickey hazing scandal. Okay, we would have drawn into greed. That would have been bad. So I'm fine with not having done that. Boom. Full block. Technically net positive block. Technically. 1500 monster stack for 1.3. That's pretty good. That I would be okay with 1.3 million. I'd be a-okay with that. I would not be upset. I'm sure some people could relate. Malaysim. I guess we can defend and then Malaise. Okay. GG's. Prism's gone. Pocket watch. Not bad. Accuracy. No thank you. Oh, no. We have a lot of AoE with the Wisp and the Noxious Fumes. I suppose I didn't really need to grab Exterminator or whatever it's called. But I guess I didn't really have much of a choice because they were forcing me into taking a card there. Now do I take a calculated gamble? I didn't take it the last time. I don't think so. I think I still don't want it. I'm okay with passing on everything. And I think I'm okay with resting, even though there's some good upgrades that we want to do. Actually, no, I'm not resting. I have a fairy in a bottle. Fuck that. We're upgrading footwork or accelerant. Yeah, let's go accelerant, actually. I don't know. I might regret that. Maybe footwork was the better choice. Weaken both of them. I was gambling on that. Okay. We'll take 11 here. It's fine. Get rid of you. This is fine. Take our time here. I would prefer not to lose the fairy in a bottle, but if we have to, we have to. Turn towards you. Block it all. Okay, massive. We're actually going to get rid of the snake bite. Don't really care. Weaken you. That makes us turn around. Then we defend, and then we malace you. Wonderful. So we're down to 11 health. Also, I have the potion. I should probably consider that every time I'm doing something. Turn to you. Oh my, we're not losing this fairy in a bottle. Not today. Not today, folks. No, no, no. You're dead, right? Are you dead? I think you're both dead. Good night. Not bad. I guess upgrading the accelerant, pretty good. We don't need tracking. We kinda don't hate outbreak. I don't think I need it. I don't think I really need anything. There's very few cards that I want to add to the deck here. Iron Club. Meat Cleaver. Crossbow. So crossbow I don't want. I don't need that for damage. Your college roommate is 2049th on the Minnesota money list, mostly known for punching the wall at Canterbury following a bet. Good for him. Good for him. Seems it's very healthy. Very healthy. We've all been there, right? I mean, when I was younger, I had my rage moments. That's fair. I think I want Meat Cleaver, man. The problem is how many rest sites do we realistically run into? 3. 3 is the most. All right. I'm down with that. To remove 2 strikes, 2 strikes, strike and a defend and a curse, or exterminate and a curse. That works. Let's get Meat Cleaver. As much as I love draw, Meat Cleaver's fine. Meat Cleaver's great, actually. Weaken and poison both of you. Okay, not too bad. Okay. Easy game. For the first 2 weeks of October. I mean, those look like good tournaments. Those look like fun tournaments. PLO No Limit Hold'em, $200 on Monday the 12th. I mean, it does sound fun. GG's. Another footwork? Is that excessive? Do I care? Ooh, Strike Dummy. As long as I can trade Strike Dummy, I'm down. Oddly Smoothstone, no, I like that. Bellows, I like that too. Strike Dummy, you can go. We're about to delete all strikes. I'd play in the Omaha games. That makes sense. That makes sense. Omaha, always a good time. Wow, we have no block cards. Awesome. 120K? That sounds pretty good to me. 120 ain't too shabby. These are numbers that I like. These are numbers that I would love to happen for me. 120,000, 10 million. All these are great. Okay, I'm down to 68 max HP. That's not great. Is this lethal? It is. GG's. Skip those. Even the colorless pop will skip. I'm actually inclined to remove another card, I think. Let me see something. If we're deleting, we could take Chemical X for the Malaise specifically. I'm deleting 4 strikes. A decay. Exterminate. And I guess a defend. Or should I just take a Chemical X? Because I only have 6 cards that I really care to delete. Because defends are really strong with all the footworks we have. Fuck it. Let's take Chemical X specifically for the Malaise. Only for the Malaise. Do we also take a hand trick? Nah. I'm good with that. I sure would have liked the exterminate on the next turn. A little rough drawing it there, but I guess what are you gonna do? All right, Chemex already coming through, already doing good things. Oh man, where is my Noxious Fumes? There it is. Gotta weaken everybody. Actually, I don't even need Noxious Fumes at this point. Blocking is better. Is it? No, it's not. I lied. Because they're all dead except for the main guy. Woo! This is a good run. This is a nice little run. Hopefully we can finish the job. That's the important part. So much block. Dude, footwork goes so crazy. Three footworks is just like, I just win. That's what that means. Deflect. I'll take a deflect. All right, here we go. So we're going to cook these away. To start us off. 73 max health. Reptile trinket is good. Do I think I could take on 2 elites here? Yeah. I think so. Get rid of these 2 strikes. Alright, we got Soul Nexus first, which is nice. Unfortunately, not full block. And we just missed out on the tuning fork, but I guess that's fine. We'll take 5. Do we just straight up malace this guy? I think so. Straight malace, that's -5 strength. He's not dealing any damage for the rest of the fight. Well, that's damage. So maybe that was a lie. Once we get all the powers out and the malace, it's such a good position to be in. I'm really glad I took that Snacko skull. I wasn't sure if I should take it in the beginning, but it worked out big time. It really set us in the right direction. Why'd I waste a tuning fork? I don't know. I don't know. Red mask. Good. This is going to strip artifacts. Well, these guys don't have artifacts, actually. Still fine. I've deleted all but 1 strike. Maybe I have to rest there. I don't know. I'm not sure if I really need to rest. Shit, we miss out on the footwork. We miss out on both footworks. What am I doing? What am I doing? Alright, we'll malace this guy. Just because I did those. I lost both of those. It's kind of tough. I don't want to fuck myself here. Yeah. You gotta be careful about when you're drawing and when you're not. There was no reason for me to draw in those moments. And I did, and it cost me. Actually not going to even attack. Because I want to make sure I could set myself up here if I need to. Boom. Alright. Alright. So I think we got all the powers in play. Oh. Now we have all the powers in play, so we're chilling. Big chilling. Looking at last year, all the tourneys get like 200 plus runners. The main had 700 entries. It's not bad, to be honest. It's pretty good. See ya. We got one more to get through. Snake bite him. Is it over? I think it's over, right? Let's play some more cards to try and set up our tuning fork as best as we can. Let's skip all those. Our final elite. This is the scariest one. Alright, we'll leg sweep you. And I guess we'll malace you. Actually, I should have malaced the middle guy. Should have malaced the middle guy. It's okay. I messed up. I messed up. It's fine. Fuck. I didn't want to waste the haze. Alright. That's a lot of cards that we just lost. Hopefully it's fine though. Put the defend away. Beautiful. So the greed goes away. Now we get to use accelerant. Yeah, we're golden. Again, once we get set up, we're just like really in a good position. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the survivor and let these exhaust. $37? That seems like too much, buddy. What's up with that? All right, that's full block. We lost a couple more cards, but it doesn't matter. We have everything in play that we need to have in play, so it's over. All right. Not too bad. A captain's wheel is amazing. Another noxious fumes. Wow. Okay. I don't know if I need another noxious fumes, but we'll take it. What the fuck, dude? Why are we facing another enemy, and why are we facing these guys in particular? I hate these guys. Fuck. Our first noxious fumes is gone. One of our footworks is gone. We're using powers for AoE with Lost Wisp. That's the whole thing. Alright, well that's full block at least. But we don't have a noxious fumes going off. Why is the other one all the way at the bottom of the deck? Why? Can we kill any of you? Alright, we're inclined to use the speed pod here. This is the best spot for it. You're dead. You're weakened. Actually, was it the best spot for it? Was it necessary? I'm not sure. But it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to lose more max HP. I don't even want to lose any HP, period. All right. GG's. Skip all those. Here we go. Now the question is, do I feel good enough with 47 HP and a fairy in a bottle to go into this fight? Or How much does fairy in a bottle heal? 50? 30%. Only 30%. It's not lizard tail. That's what I was thinking. Do I think I'm good enough to get through this no matter what? Kind of. All right. We're just going to rest. I'm going to rest. Do I really want to? Say I delete a strike. All right, we'll be smart. We'll rest. I really didn't. I think it's like greedy at that point, deleting the strike and whatever else. All right, we're taking 2. Let me get these powers online. Oh no. All right, that's full block. Might take a couple go rounds to get all the powers up, which sucks. At least we got the captain's wheel, which is awesome. We'll save the Malaise for the next phase. 51. Am I willing to take 10 here? Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Okay, now he's dead. So we can't run into any other powers. We're missing one power we haven't played. Okay. Sucks that we drew the leg sweep there, but it is what it is. That's life. Do we go Malaise here? Let's see. Malaise is 5 plus 2. So Malaise is 7. So that means I would take 3, but then I'd also get wounds, so that's kind of bad. So let's block so we don't get wounds. Oh, fuck. Okay, now we Malaise. So the Malaise wasn't quite as effective. Let's see, what do we want here? We don't mind preparing here. The Malaise wasn't quite as effective as I would have liked, but it's still pretty good because like this dude is doing like no damage now, so he can get fucked. We got 8 weak on him. I mean, test subject is just done. Like he really doesn't have much of a chance here. You never know, I guess. That third phase is a pain in the ass, so. All right, we let him die to the poison. And we see what this phase does. Are we going to be okay? We have such a tremendous amount of block. It just feels like... How can we be in trouble, I guess? But I guess... Could happen. All right. Instead of using leg sweep, I used haze, which was pretty much as effective. Do I want to draw into things? Yes. Because we have no block for the next turn. And that's pretty bad. Yep. And it's still pretty bad. Okay. Okay, perfect. We have full block. Snakebite haze. poison you more. We're chilling. Burns, not cool, man. Can we kill you though? I don't think so. All right. We'll just have to wait until the next turn. It's a little longer than you usually want to wait for test subject, but we're in good enough shape, so it is what it is. There's 2 more burns available. Actually, yeah, let's try and draw into them. No. GG's. Not bad. Pretty good. I don't think you had to heal though. Yeah, I agree, Brandon. I don't think I had to either. I think it was probably a big mistake doing that. I think it's probably neutral. I just doesn't matter. Not a big mistake. Actually, maybe the queen always tends to fucking wreck me nowadays. She used to not. She used to be the easiest one. She does tend to wreck me now. We will take 8 here. This is very awkward. We're taking another 8. I think the reason the queen wrecks me so often is because I tend to have like a lot of decks that really want powers and stuff, and then she like eats the powers, I guess. Once I noticed the buff, it was a huge change. Yeah. Yeah. She's a pain in the ass. The amalgam's a real pain in the ass. Okay, that's huge. To have 2 curses, bounded, and then noxious fumes makes the choice pretty easy. Not too bad. You'll love to see it. Also, I guess I don't put enough draw into the deck for the queen anymore, I guess. I should probably do that more often. That should be at the top of my mind, I feel like. Crazy we have not used Malaise yet. All right, amalgam dead, queen just about dead. It's over. It's over. She's gonna die at the same time as the amalgam. Maybe. Yes, she will. GG. Easy game. Easy game. GG's queen. Get out of here. I guess I really didn't need to rest. Like, I super didn't need to rest. I had the fairy the whole time. Never a doubt. It's a great run. Making it look so easy. Yeah, that did make it look easy. Perfect timing right after we did the silent tier list too. That felt good. That felt good. Nice job. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, Chris was good. GG's. I guess we'll play another one. Do I keep playing silent? Or do I go? It's 1:30 in the morning. I've been on for 4.5 hours. Maybe I should just... Maybe I should be a mature adult. We'll definitely keep an eye out for the video. Yo, I appreciate that, Brandon. Yeah, I did the Ironclad tier list on Monday. I got to post that. It will be on the VOD on YouTube. It will. I appreciate that support. Yes, I think I am going to head out because I'm going to be an adult. Okay, it's 1:30 in the morning and I'll be back tomorrow. If you want to use the overlay, content always fire. Yo, I appreciate you, Zedric. If you want to use the overlay that we were using, click that link, download it for free. You'll be helping out the stream. It means a lot. I appreciate you guys hanging out. And if you're not part of the Discord, do yourself a favor, okay? And also me. Join the Discord. Join the Discord. We got a really nice community. We genuinely have like a really great community. I know a lot of people tell you join their Discord, whatever, and then nobody talks in it. We actually have people talking in there. They talk about sports, movies, TV shows, books, Slay the Spire, other games. It's actually a great community. And I don't see any Slay the Spire people on right now, which is kind of wild. Nobody that I'm following anyway. So you know what that means. We're going to go watch a brand new game. Join the Discord, son. Yeah, exactly. Join the Discord. And if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. And I will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you, everybody. Chris, thank you for watching. Thank you, everybody, for watching over on YouTube, over on Twitch. I appreciate you guys so much. The support is unbelievable. Like, really amazing. We're gonna go show Sammy some love. He's playing the new Marvel fighting game, so I'm kind of hyped to see that go down. Zedric, thank you for hanging out. Everybody, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Make sure you go follow all the socials, all that stuff. You know how it is. You know how it is. And I will catch you guys tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll have some more good stuff. Maybe we'll do another tier list. Maybe we'll just play. It's one or the other. Slay the Spire is on the table, though. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.